Hey everyone, and welcome to today's live coverage of the Starship Flight Test 6. I'm your host, Jonathan, and I'll be hosting today's stream. And you might look at me and think, hey, that's not Felix. He usually looks a bit different. And of course, you're totally right with that. And maybe you also already saw Felix's community post. He has some personal matter to attend today, and sadly, he couldn't make it into today's stream. But that's not going to stop us from having an awesome time today. So if you stick through with us the stream, we're going to watch Flight 6 together, and I'm also going to give you lots of information before SpaceX goes live, and we're actually going to see the launch. Right now, as you can also see in the top left corner of the stream, we're about 3 hours away from liftoff of Flight 6, hopefully. SpaceX has about a 30-minute window for the launch, so you might see the launch get delayed by about those 30 minutes. Last time they launched about 25 minutes into the window, so don't be surprised if they move the launch. Yeah, and I'll get into a bit more detail of what exactly we can expect and everything else in a bit. But now I'm going to tell you what we have coming up in this stream. And as you might have already seen in the top right corner, there's a MyRadar logo. And MyRadar is this awesome weather app that basically the whole Y team uses. And one of their team members is going to hop on stream and give us a live weather update of Starbase right now. And that's going to help us a lot to figure out how likely we're going to see a launch today. And I think that's also going to be pretty cool. We're, of course, also going to look into comparing the last flight, Flight 5, to the current one, Flight 6. Because on the top, it looks pretty similar. Like, basically, there's nothing much changed. But under the hood, it's actually not exactly the same. So we're going to look into that. And also, if you look at the bottom left, we can show chat messages on stream. So in case you have a question or a super chat, we can pull it up and answer the questions on stream. So feel free to do that, and I'll try my best to answer all of them. So now we're going to look into what's special for today's launch. And Elon just a few hours ago posted this tweet. And this basically goes over exactly what we can expect to differ from Launch 5 to Flight 6. And mainly, the thing that's going to be most different about stuff we'll actually see is that they're going to try to in-space relight a Raptor engine. We've never seen that before. So usually what we've always had is the Starship flies up into near orbit, but not a complete orbit. And then it just, because it wasn't a complete orbit, it just falls back to Earth on its own, and there's no in-flight braking or in-space relight needed. And today we're not going to see that. We're actually going to see the Starship fly into a full orbit, so it's going to be a bit faster than last time. And then it's going to relight its engines in space, and they're hopefully going to break. Starship is hopefully going to break, and it's going to land. We don't hope the Raptor engines are actually going to break. Yeah, so that's the main objective, and that's going to be pretty cool because they need to reorientate the whole Starship for that in space. Because, of course, if it points the launch way, they will accelerate, so they need to turn the whole thing around to brake. And that's going to be a pretty cool thing to look out for. Next point on the list is a daylight landing for the ship. And you might have actually noticed the last Starship launch was pretty much in the early morning. So everyone in the States needed to get up pretty early. And yeah, that wasn't a great time. And right now it's afternoon, so that's pretty nice. And that's because we're actually going to see a ship landing. So the Starship, we're going to see that land during the day. So it's not as the last few times where we will have to like guess where it is right now because it's pitch black when it lands. It's actually going to be daylight. So that's pretty cool. I'm not sure if Felix maybe has, not Felix, SpaceX maybe has cameras out there, so we're going to have a ground perspective from the ship coming in and landing. We don't know that yet, but it would for sure be pretty cool. Then next up is that the ship is also going to re-enter steeper. So it's going to brake a bit harder in space, and then it needs to come down in a steeper angle, which will make the thick air of the lower atmosphere come into contact with each other earlier when the ship is still faster. So that will just basically make the whole thing hotter and they'll test it out and see if it breaks or if it survives it. Of course, hope for the later one. Yeah. And then what's also going to be pretty cool is last time we, of course, saw the first booster catch, which went surprisingly well, or not surprisingly, depending on what your bet was. But today, they're going to try to land the booster harder, so they're going to brake later and brake a bit less. That's, of course, giving them more efficiency by burning less fuel. But it's going to be harder on the stage 0, so the landing infrastructure and Mechazilla. And that's going to be interesting to see if that all goes super well. Fingers crossed, of course. Okay, we already got our first super chat, which is pretty funny. Yep, it's me in the house today. So thank you for that one. Yeah, and as you can see, that's again our full stack. Launching today is Booster 13 and Ship 31. Fun part about Ship 31, that's the last Starship we're probably ever going to see fly of the old V1, because the next Starship, Ship 33, as far as I remember correctly, is going to be V2 already. So it's going to have the flaps a bit further back and have a few other visual changes, and also design changes, of course. So this is the last OG Starship we're going to see, which is pretty cool. Okay, and we also have a different perspective. This is a camera which is basically positioned right next to Star Hopper. You all know Star Hopper. And yeah, so that camera is right next to it, and we're hopefully going to have a nice view of Starship lifting off on that camera. And of course, we're also going to see... Oh, I just heard that the camera's audio. I'm sorry. There we go. Okay, now the audio is gone. Sorry for that one. Yeah, so that's also going to be a pretty nice view. And yeah, I'll also have some other people of the team join me. Of course, we're going to have Erica from my radar for the weather update. But Nathan, our scriptwriter, is also going to join me and help out here and there, so that only the stream 6 hours straight. Okay. Next up, I would probably go into a bit more detailed comparison between Flight 5 and 6. If you have any questions, again, feel free to put them in the chat. I think you can use hashtag question so our moderators can pick them out a bit nicer. So do that if you want to get your question on stream. Okay, let me just prepare this comparison. Okay, there we go. So here we have a nice video that compares both flights. So as you can see, that's the last flight. So flight 5. It was in the morning, so night, and we're not going to have that this time. Okay, perfectly. I just heard something from the back end and need to listen to that real quick. Yes, but as I said, we're going to have had a morning launch last time for Flight 5. And now for Flight 6, we're going to have daylight liftoff. As you can see already on the cameras, it's definitely day. And that's going to be pretty cool. And I'm definitely also stoked for the footage. We have lots of photographers out there capturing slow motions and everything. So even post-launch in our next episode, you can be looking forward to that. That's going to be pretty cool. Yeah, so let's continue with this. So yeah, basically, main difference for the visuals, we're going to have a daylight liftoff and also daylight landing of the Starship, which is super, super cool. Okay, yeah, and of course, last time we had, as I just said, Booster 12 as the main booster for, not the main booster, the booster for the launch. This time we're gonna have Booster 13, so one number further in. Last time as well, Ship 30. This time it's gonna be Ship 31. There you go, there it is as well. Yeah, that's just Ship 31 doing a cryo test on the messy side. And if you don't know the messy side yet, that's basically just, if you drive down to Starbase, it's before the production site, and it's just like it was, as far as I know, a gun range before. And then they just converted the whole thing into a testing site. They by now do static fires for the ships and static fires and cryo tests for the ships there. Yeah, so that's pretty cool. Yeah, and that's just, there you go, that's ship 31 static fire we saw. Yeah, and cool part about MESIs as well is, let me just go back a bit in the video here. What you can see on here, the ship isn't as it used to be on like the suborbital pads A and B at the launch site, which I think I also have a video of. Just give me a second. Yeah, there you go. That's the suborbital pad at the launch site they had there. And they dismantled both of them, so doing static fires there isn't an option anymore. That's, by the way, also where they launched all these suborbital test flights. So SN8, SN9, and so on. That's where all of them launched from. Yeah, so let's just go back to the other video. Yeah. Give me a second. There we go. So yeah, that's basically the difference. So we're doing static fires at MESIs now. And really cool part about this is that they actually have a real flame diverter at MESIs. So it's not like, hey, we need to watch out we don't burn our cement and concrete below the launch pads or the static fire pads every time we do a static fire. Yeah, it's actually way nicer. So yeah, way more reusable as well. And they're also building a flame diverter for the new OM on Tower 2. And I think we're also going to have a nicer insight into that later in the stream. So stay tuned for that. Yeah, so this is just Ship 31 doing a static fire at MESIs. Yeah, there you go. That's just a gorgeous shot of the engines. Love it. In there, you can just see the 3 sea-level engines in the middle. Those are the smaller ones. And then the bigger nozzles outside are the vacuum engines. So those are the main engines in space, as they just offer more efficiency by the bigger nozzle in space. Yeah, that's booster 13 rolling out to the launch site for the flight today. So yeah, that's how usually the boosters get to the launch site. They just have these SPMTs, they're called. I can't recall exactly what it's for in my head right now. But basically, they're small electric vehicles that they put the booster transport stands on, and then the booster, and then they roll them down the highway forward to the launch site. Or MESIs as well in the other direction when they have a test there. And that's just such a nice shot. Yeah, there we go. So that's just basically the ship doing its hot staging and everything in space, and then of course also the booster landing from the last flight. So that's all we saw last time, and there's a nice booster catch. I still love that SpaceX animation they had. Yeah, so last time the ship just didn't do any relight in space. It just basically launched and it straight glided. It didn't really glide in space, of course, all the way over to its landing site in the Indian Ocean, where it uses flaps to control its re-entry, and then did the entry burn and landed. Let's just go back into this real quick. Yeah, so I'm gonna skip this because we're actually gonna look into the timelines a bit more later. But yeah. Okay, wait, let's actually skip this. Okay, we can't skip this. This is a way too nice shot of the booster coming in. So that's how it was last time. The booster coming in for landing, which looked pretty cool. And you could also, in a nice way, see all the shockwaves it's produced. Because a vehicle this large actually has 2 shockwaves, one coming from the bottom section and one from the top one. And in some shots, you could even see it through the clouds, which was super cool. Yeah, and of course, this time, this might be happening when it's already getting a bit darker outside, because we're launching to the end of the day this time, which should probably also look pretty cool. Yeah, and there we go. Those engines just, it never gets old. It just looks way too cool. Yeah, there you actually can see the shockwaves. There you go. And that's just so insane to just see that like that. Super awesome. Yeah, and that's the landing burn, of course. Yeah, and as I said earlier already, they're gonna try to do a harder landing today. So we'll probably see the booster come in a bit harder, and those catching pins there work a little harder then as well. So yeah, I'm really stoked for that. That should look awesome. Yeah, and there we go. That's the ship in space. So that's ship 30 you see right now, which just coasted through space without any engine relight or any other shenanigans. It just flew basically. And yeah, this time they're gonna reorientate the ship. We probably also have animation of that. There we go, yeah. They're gonna reorientate the ship in space and then do a relight to brake, which is gonna be super cool. Yeah, I can't wait for that. And I hope we get awesome footage for that through Starlink, which we already had during the last few launches, of course. Yeah, and there we go. That's re-entry from ship 30, which you all probably have seen so many times. That's actually a cool thing. Do you see the small banana on there? It's a banana for scale. It's the mascot for ship 31. Pretty cool as well. And I'll hope we'll see that banana survive the re-entry. Yeah, those ships look so cool all the time. Okay, there we go. Yeah, and as you can see in that animation, or hopefully we won't see in that animation at breaking part. It's gonna get higher entry heating. Oh, that's a fun animation. Yeah, we're gonna get higher entry heating for ship 31 as they are gonna fly it faster. So it's gonna be pretty cool. And we're also gonna have a daylight landing. So not as you can see here, basically just the only light being around by the engines. But yeah, we're hopefully going to see the whole thing in bright daylight with a nice perspective from SpaceX. And I'm super stoked for that. Yeah, and that's how the last flight ended. I'm pretty sure that was the FTS actually triggering after it landed. So we'll see how that turns out. Yeah, that's a nice perspective for ship 31 and animation, of course. That's how it might look if it survives this deeper re-entry. And then it's going to land, and we're hopefully going to have a nice shot of it. Yeah, that's super cool. Yeah, looking back at the cameras, you can already see a bit of tank firm activity in the bottom right of the OLM there. And that's just indicating that tank firm is spooling up and they're preparing to fuel the Starship and everything, which is going to be super cool. And then launch. Yeah, looking at the other perspective, of course, there's no frost buildup or anything yet because we're way too early for that. We can actually look at the timeline real quick for that. So these are all the events we're going to get pre-liftoff. Let me just get those on my side as well. Yeah, so those are all the events we're going to see before they're actually gonna launch. And main thing, of course, for that is we need to get the flight director to approve for today's launch, and that's going to happen 1 hour 15 minutes before liftoff. So we should see that around in like roughly 1 hour 15 minutes. Hopefully, if they don't push the launch back by those 30 minutes, they can today. After that, at 50 minutes before launch, we're going to see the start of the ship fuel load, and that's going to be liquid methane. And cool part about that is once they actually start fueling, we'll be able to see a frost line on the outside of the vehicle build up, and that just gives us the ability to truly confirm that we're going to have a launch, or at least a try for launch. And yeah. Next up is the ship LOX load. So that's just the oxidizer that they need for the engines, apart from the fuel, of course. Same for the booster. About 8 minutes later, they're going to start the booster fuel loading and oxygen loading. Then they're also going to chill the Raptor engines about 20 minutes before launch. And I've seen lots of people ask, hey, what do they even mean by Raptor chilling? Basically, what they do, they pipe the fuel, the cold liquid already through the engines to prepare them for when the engines are actually going to ignite, because the fuel they use is pretty cold. It's about negative 190 Celsius. I don't fully know what's that in Fahrenheit. Sorry, but yeah, it's pretty cold. So they don't want to shock frost the engines on start. So they pre-cool them just to make sure that there's no unwanted stresses on the engines and everything goes smoothly. Yeah, and that happens 20 minutes for liftoff, before liftoff. Yeah, then at 30 seconds, oh, actually, I skipped some. Yeah, we have to ship and booster propellant loading finishing at 3 minutes and 2 minutes before liftoff, which of course is needed because the ship needs full tank. So ship is done going to the gas station at that point. And yeah, after that, at 30 seconds before launch, we'll have to go from the flight director, the final go for launch. And yeah, after that, flame diverter, so the water that comes out of the underside of the OLM to cool everything down and reduce the shock waves so nothing breaks. And after that, engine ignition and hopefully a launch. Okay. Let's see. I'll just go through a few questions we had here. So let's see, there we go. So the distinctor asked how excited I am for flight. So I'm pretty sure you can also see it. I'm super bored out by this, so of course I'm joking. So I'm super hyped for this. This is gonna hopefully be amazing. I'm really looking forward to that harder landing of the booster. Of course, no one hopes something is gonna break, but basically what SpaceX is just doing, they're trying to test to the limits. So I'm pretty sure they calculated a value of like the booster harder landing that's like exceptional still for the not acceptable for the tower. So I'm pretty sure that limit is pretty close to the actual physical limit of the tower. So we'll see if anything breaks or if everything goes as planned again. I would say I'm probably like 80% for a successful landing again. Yeah, but that's gonna be super cool. And also especially that daylight landing of the ship. That's just perfect. I kind of hope they have like a boat with a tracking camera out there so we can see it coming in. I don't think that's gonna be the case, but you can always hope. So fingers crossed for that. Next question I got is how it is working with the Y team. And thank you for saying I'm doing great. Yeah, so working with the Y team has been a blast so far. I've been on a team for like 3 years, 4 years now, and can't even fully remember. Would need to look that up. It's super cool to work with everyone. We have a great team. And the fun part is we have so many more people in the background that you don't even see on camera or even the streams here. You know, I'm not usually doing the streams. I'm just Felix replacement today. Yeah, so there's so many cool people in there, lots of knowledge we all talk about. And it's basically just like your SpaceX and spaceflight nerd group. So yeah, there's super cool stuff in our backend stuff where we discuss the topics for new episodes and everything. Yeah, and I just love it. Basically, dream job. Yeah, we got another one. How excited I am. I think it just answered that. It's like super hyped. This is gonna be great. And next question, a bit deeper, is when I realistically see Starship delivering payloads into orbit. And maybe as most people know, SpaceX really wants Starship to get payload, especially the Starlink V2 satellites into orbit. As the current satellites they launch with Falcon 9, the V2s, are mini satellites. So they have reduced bandwidth, they're smaller, and just overall not as capable as the big ones. But Falcon 9 is just too tiny. It's not that tiny, but it's too tiny for those big satellites. So that's what they need Starship for really urgently. And of course also Artemis program as a moon lander, but you know, that's up later. So yeah, they really need that for those satellites. So I'm pretty sure they're working really hard on getting those satellites ready. We definitely don't have any payloads on this flight, so it's just going to be a payloadless flight again. But on the next or flight after that, I would see reasons for at least like a mass simulator, a big one, or actual payloads, like a few Starlink satellites to see how the deployment mechanism works. So yeah, I would say somewhere mid-end next year, one of the next like 3-4 upcoming flights. That's my guess. I might be wrong, might be way earlier or way later if there's something comes up that delays anything. Like you felt booster landing today. Don't want to see that. Yeah, so I think that's most of the questions my moderator team gave me for now. So yeah, if you have more, use hashtag question or just put your question to chat, and our awesome moderators will try to get them to me so I could try to answer them. Yeah. Okay, let's see. So we'll have that my radar weather update in roughly the next 15 to 20 minutes, so you can look out for that. And we do see a bit more tank activity. So let me just see if I can get the camera control up. Let's see. Because then we can actually zoom in on that a bit. There we go. Yeah, so basically we can see the tank from spooling up more. On the left there, the small smoke. It's not really smoke, it's just water vapor. Oh, what happened to the camera? Let's just look at this cam for now, and I'll fix that. So basically, it's not like smoke you will see at all from like around the rocket or like the tank from activity. That's never smoke. It's always basically just really cold air. And because the air is so cold around the fuel, it vaporizes, and then you get those nice smoke clouds, or like vapor clouds, more or less. Yeah, so I would like to feel how it actually feels to stand in one of those, because it should be pretty cold, right? Yeah, so our camera should be back to normal. There we go. So I'll just see if we can zoom in a bit on the stuff there. Oh yeah, of course, countdown. There we go, that's a countdown back. Just got reminded from the back end that I pulled that off. Yeah, so there we go. If I zoom in a bit more, you can clearly see the tank from spooling up there, and everything nice and venting. Yeah, that definitely looks promising. Pretty cool stuff. Yeah, by the way, if you like the camera perspectives we have on here right now, we do have a live 24/7 stream where you can see those perspectives and cameras all the time. We have really nice cam operators. One of the main guys being Captain Fish. Thank you for all your work. Yeah, they do an amazing job of keeping the cameras pointed at what's important right now. And you can enjoy these views all the time and check out what's up with SpaceX. We can also look at messages with those cameras, for example, so you can see what's up with if there's any static fire going on there or other testing. You can always see that pretty nice. And we're also working on upgrading our cameras, so we'll have more perspectives soon, which I'm really stoked about. Yeah, Captain Fish in chat as well. Say thank you to Captain Fish for me. He does an awesome job. Yeah, and by the way, if there's anything you want us to point the camera at right now in stream as well, feel free to put that in chat. Because, you know, it's a PTZ camera, we can point it wherever we want. So if there's some special part about the launch site, maybe like the second tower they're building right now and the pad around there, if you want to check that out, let us know and I'll point the camera at it. And then we can see. Oh, wow. And I just see that someone started drilling. I hope that doesn't come through to the stream. That's pretty unfortunate. Great timing, neighbor. Great timing. Yeah, let me know in chat if you can hear it, and I'll see if I can get some noise suppression on. Okay. Yeah, that's just the whole tank from here. You can see on camera right now. Okay, nice. Yeah, just heard from the back end, you can't hear the drilling, so all good. Nice. Okay, so let's see. Okay, so if we switch back to our PDZ camera, we'll quick take a look at Tower B. So let's just go over there. There it is. I'll zoom out a bit again. Oh, you can also see Hoppy. There we go. So that Hoppy in the bottom left corner, Star Hopper, that's where this camera is located. So this camera is down there at Hoppy's legs, looking up at the stack and waiting for a nice flight in a few hours. Yeah, so what we're currently looking at is Tower 2. That's the tower SpaceX has been building. For quite some time now, the tower has finished. It's not finished, but like the main segments of the tower have been stacked like a few months ago already. So it's been like this for quite some time. And the main work we sadly can hardly see on this camera is down on the sides of the tower, where they're building the pads, all the ground infrastructure and everything. We do have nice flyovers every now and then. You can see in the episodes where you can see that ground activity real nice. I'll actually see if I can get an image from that real quick. Let's see. Yeah, so basically, SpaceX never stop working. Like, if you look at the stream in the night, you'll always see like lights moving around and everything, just like making sure that this gets somewhere and to get it done. Let's see if I can find some nice pictures. Yeah, let's see. One second. Yeah, here we go. That's a quite nice image. There we go. So here you can just see basically same shot we're seeing on the live camera right now, just from the air. So if you compare, you can see Hoppy in the top left, bottom left corner of that image as well. So there it is. And that's where the one camera is stationed and looking to the left right now at the full stack. But yeah, if you look at the booster, not the booster, the tower in the background here, you can see, yeah, there's like so much going on. You can see them starting to dig the flame trench for the new pad. Lots of equipment going around and everything. Yeah, so there's so much work going on. Pretty insane. And they basically never stop. So whatever time of the day you take a look at this, yeah, there's just always something going on, which is pretty insane. Yeah, okay. Let's see, I lost my mouse. There it is back. Okay, yeah. So I'll actually let Nathan, our scriptwriter, hop on the stream real quick. Yeah, he's our main scriptwriter. So basically every video you see on the Y channel has been partly mainly written by him. So he knows quite a lot. So we'll wait until he's in our backend software, and then he can hop on and tell a few things about himself and what we can expect today as well. Okay, so Nathan is on the way in here, so he'll hopefully be on here any second or any minute, depending on how long it takes. Yeah, so we can actually look at a few more timelines here. Let's just see. So yeah, let's look at this flight profile, which is pretty cool. Yeah, if you want to get information about the launch, this SpaceX website, there's so many cool graphs and data on there. So if you want to geek out a bit, definitely check that out. Yeah, so I'll just put this into full screen, and then we can look at that. And yeah, that's basically the flight profile we can expect today. So if we zoom in a bit, we of course have the liftoff, where the full stack is going to lift off from the tower, ascend until we will have hot staging, which is basically the process of this ship igniting its engines while it's still physically attached to the booster. And then after the engines are ignited, it'll just like separate apart. That's pretty unique. And that's also what looked pretty cool always during the last few launches. So I'm stoked for that as well. Yeah, we're going to see the flip maneuver. So basically the booster is going to flip around brake a bit, so it actually comes back to the launch site because, of course, it flies away, and then we want it to come back to the tower. So it turns around, does the boostback burn to get back to the tower. Then it glides all the way down back to the pad, and then we'll hopefully see the catch, which is hopefully going to be pretty cool. Yeah, next up, of course, the ship is separated, ascending further into space. It's going to coast all the way. Yeah, it's going to shut off its engines when it's in space, do a brake burn. That's actually not in here. Interesting. It's going to coast, then entry into the atmosphere with the heat shield first, hopefully, and nothing else first, and then it'll do the soft splashdown, hopefully soft, in the Indian Ocean, which we already saw in the renders we had at some time ago. Okay. Yeah, so I'm just getting the weather report with our friends from my radar ready. So that might take us a few more minutes, but then that should be awesome as well. So let's look at it. Oh, cameras. Here we go. Yeah, so actually, I'm not fully sure what the sunrise is in Starbase. So depending on when the sunrise is, we might actually see like a slight twilight effect when the rocket lifts off. I don't think we'll have full night at 4 p.m. Starbase time. So we might not, but even with that, the colors should look awesome. So that's something we can look out for. Okay, so yeah, just heard in the back end that the sunset is 5:38, so it's quite far away. So nothing with the twilight, sadly. That was my bad. But the colors should still already look quite nice, especially when the booster comes down a few minutes later. When we tested our cameras yesterday, we already saw that, that the colors look pretty nice. So if the sun's out, that's going to be pretty cool. Okay, let's see. And again, if you have questions, feel free to put them in chat. Yeah, so if you have questions, feel free to put them in chat, and super chats, of course, as well. Those go a really long way, by the way. They just support the flyover pictures, the one you saw off a second ago, and so much more, all the content we do. It just supports our channel, basically. So if you want to support us, that's a really great way. Another great way is to join us on Patreon, where you'll get early episode releases, live updates from the team and everything. So that's also something you can look out for. If you want to get a bit of behind the scenes and early episodes, that's the place to go. Okay. And while we're at it, I can also just give you all a tour of what our live camera else can see. So right now, of course, we're looking at the launch site. So that's Tower 1 with our full stack on there right now. But our camera can also look all the way over. Oh, let's see, I just need to refresh this, I think. There we go. Our camera can also look all the way over to the production site. So if I click here, you can see, hey, that's the production site. So that's basically where all the ships and boosters are built and so on. Yeah, that's pretty nice here. You can always, when there are rollouts or something going from the production site to the launch site or message, you can pretty nicely see it on there. And also on the parking garage they have there, let's just zoom in onto that. You can see this nice graphic or painting, whatever you want to call it, they attach to it. Looks pretty cool. Bit hard to see with the sunlight, but it's basically a picture of Mars and lots of starships and cupolas on there. Yeah, pretty cool. Let's hope we'll actually get there one day. Okay, and then we'll have, of course, we also have Messi's. So if we just go to Messi's, that's the site I was talking earlier. The thing is in the right here is a nose cone test rig. Or actually, no, the small thing is in the right is a nose cone test rig. The big thing in front is a can crusher. That's basically where they apply pressure to testing tanks to see how much stress they can take. That's also where they test the top parts of boosters before and everything. So that's pretty cool. And on the right here, let's maybe enhance that a bit. Right there, centered now, that's part of the test stand where they do static fires. So when we have a ship, they're doing a cryo test or a static fire, we'll see it right there. Yeah, but as we're getting close to a launch right now, there's nothing here, so it's quite empty. Yeah, but that's the view you can get on our 24/7 stream as well. So feel free to check that out if you want to. Okay, and let's go back to the production side real quick. Let's see. There we go. Yeah, so that's production side again. In the background there, the black-looking building, that's a star factory. So that's where they build all of the sections for starships, boosters, and then after the sections are built, they go over to the base. So we have right to left, we have the high bay, mega bay 1, and mega bay 2. That's just where they build all the boosters and ships, stack them, and finish them. High bay is usually for ships only because it's pretty small, and then the mega bays usually handle the boosters. Yeah, and on the left here, behind that nice tree, you can see the rocket garden where they basically store lots of starships and boosters. You can even still see SN20 there and Ship 26. So those two are still there, and so much more. So that's pretty cool. Okay, and I do see that Erica from my radar is getting ready for the weather update, so we'll see that in a second. Okay, yeah, let's just go back with this to the launch site so you can keep looking out for everything here. Okay, yeah, still the same. So we see the tank farm activity. Yeah, so still tank farm activity. I was just looking at a message in the back end. Still lots of tank farm activity on the bottom right there, especially. So the pre-chilling and everything of the lines is getting ready. So that should be an awesome launch once we get to it. And I'll put my camera off real quick from screen while I'll get everything ready for the weather update. Talk to you soon. Okay, so we're still waiting on something in the back end to finish, so it might take us a few more minutes to get the weather update ready for you guys. In the meantime, we can again look at the events we can expect upcoming to the launch. So on screen right now, on the left, you see all the events that we're going to have prior to launch. So first thing, 1 hour 15 before launch. So looking at the countdown, that's in like about 1 hour 45 minutes. So somewhere between there. We're going to see the flight director say the go for launch, just like basically the go for fuel loading and everything else. Yeah, next up is the ship fuel loading and oxygen loading. So that's basically just when the ship starts to getting fuel. So basically the ship is running to the gas station, gets filled up with everything. That's the liquid oxygen and the methane as the actual fuel. Yeah, next up is the same for the booster. So now the booster runs to the gas station and gets liquid oxygen and methane. And that is, starts at about 41 minutes before T0, so liftoff. After that, at 20 minutes, we're gonna have the Raptor chill. That's just when they pre-cool the engines so they don't get shock frosted when we'll actually ignite them. Because remember, the liquids in the rocket are pretty cold. So yeah, they just do that as a precaution to be nice to the engines. Yeah, at 3 minutes before liftoff, the ship propellant load is going to finish, and at 2 minutes 50, the booster propellant load is going to finish. Next up at 30 seconds, the flight director will give the final go for launch. So if we hear that, we know it's go time. So that should be 30 seconds right before launch. Next up is the flame diverter. That's water sprays. You can see below the OLM. And we also saw that in the video I had up earlier, so I might be able to find it again. Yeah, so that we will see at 10 seconds before liftoff. And then at 3 seconds, we'll have the Raptor engines igniting, and at T0, we'll have excitement guaranteed, and hopefully a nice launch. Okay, so I'll off again. To do some troubleshooting in the background, but I'll be back in about a minute. Okay, here we are back. We'll just have Nathan, our scriptwriter, join you all real quick in the time. We're trying to troubleshoot our issue on the back end. So there we go.
Alrighty.
That's Nathan.
Hello.
And I'll hop off again for a bit and have fun, y'all.
Yeah. All right. So I guess I'll be hosting for a little bit while they're working on some technical problems on the back end. So right now we're trying to get someone in from my radar so they can basically tell us what the weather is going to be like today. Oh, give me 1 second. Okay, there we go, fixed. But yeah, they're going to basically give us a rundown on what the weather's like today and tell us the chances of launch today. So if it does end up launching today, which everything looks clear. I mean, you can see the skies out of Texas look pretty clear. Of course, wind is the main concern, because if it's too windy, they might have some problems landing the booster. They don't want it to shift too far to one side or another. After all, when it's coming in for landing, the booster will often be it's going to be essentially completely out of fuel when it comes in for landing. They want to use as much of that fuel as possible getting the ship up there, and use as little fuel as possible to get the booster back, because the more fuel that's left, the more that's basically just wasted weight. So when the booster's coming back, it's basically like relatively light compared to when it's going up, at least, and especially compared to the overall size of it. So the wind can be a pretty big issue. That's why they want the winds to be as low as possible. And if they're too high, then we're going to have a problem. And yeah, the winds at Starbase are usually pretty bad. Most places along the coast typically have some relatively high winds, but Starbase does have some pretty strong Gulf winds at times. Everything's looking good so far, but we'll definitely have to see how that ends up turning out. Overall, things are looking pretty good to launch, though. We had a partial WDR yesterday or day before yesterday. It was just a little bit ago, essentially. And yeah, that seemed to go perfectly, and which is actually really good, because SpaceX was able to perform all of this in about a month since Flight 5. And even looking at the booster, bit of time. It's not 1 day turnaround, but it is pretty quick. It's pretty quick, and overall, it bodes well for the future of the Starship program, especially because this is just a very early design of the launch pad. Pad B is supposed to be a complete overhaul with a flame trench, and basically taking all the lessons they learned from Pad A, bringing it over to Pad B, and making it a lot stronger to make sure the turnaround time can go from 2 weeks to 2 hours. That's essentially the overall, like the final goal is to get that turnaround time as low as possible, so they can just do launch after launch from the same pad. And they've not been able to do that before. Before this flight, we saw it took months at times to repair the launch pad. After Flight 1, they basically just cratered the whole launch pad. So there wasn't really much they could do in terms of like time-wise for a few months. And as they rebuilt the pad, put in the water-cooled steel plate, and repaired everything, because almost everything needed repairs, replacements, and it was a concrete tornado. You can ask anybody that had cameras there, including us. It was a very violent launch, because concrete was flung everywhere like little bullets. And even the tower was pretty beaten up after that launch. We could see shielding on the side that was designed to protect the tower from the launch that was just shredded. So the fact that they've managed to go from that to taking only 2 weeks to turn around the launch pad for the world's largest rocket is nothing short of extraordinary, honestly. And that's kind of one of the big things for this launch, is getting that turnaround time down. It did help that the FAA pre-approved this launch, essentially. So SpaceX knew that they wanted this launch to happen as fast as possible. And the fact that we saw basically just minor refurbishments to the pad itself after Flight 5, especially considering the booster came into land as well. So it basically had to do a launch and a landing, which is more than any other flight had done, obviously. It was pretty cool. Oh. And as a quick reminder, if you have any questions, feel free to use #question, and we'll pull it up on the back end and be able to look at it. And but yeah, the launch pad is going to be one of the main things they're improving for this flight, just because like the turnaround time is super important for Starship, and the fact they've managed to get it to a month. This is a record on a bunch of different levels, including the fact that the Saturn V, which was the rocket that brought us to the moon, actually had the fastest turnaround time record for a super heavy lift rocket. There were only like 2 or 3 super heavy lift rockets before Starship, so the record's pretty easy to hold on to. But it had a turnaround time of just 2 months. And up until this flight, it holds the record. So even now, despite Starship only taking about 3 months before Flight 3 and Flight 4 took about 3 months, Saturn V still has it beat between Apollos 9, 10, and 10 and 11, because the turnaround time for that was extremely aggressive as well. And yeah, they're basically just trying to get everything down for recovery of everything, not just the booster and the ship, but the pad too. And if they can get that working, then yeah, pad B is going to be super easy because it's a complete overhaul. And let's see if we've got any more updates real quick. Yeah, things seem to be going on schedule. So we're looking at a launch at 4 p.m. Central Time, so 4 p.m. Starbase. And then that'll be 5 p.m. Eastern. And so we got T-minus just under 2 hours now. It's gonna be a good day. For the flight itself, everything is gonna go pretty similar to Flight 5. So most of the hardware right now is okay. I did get a question, so I'm going to pull that up real quick. Sorry, it's been a little bit since I've streamed, so I'm getting used to our new backend because I have not streamed in a few months now, and there's quite a few new things that I have not gotten to test out yet. Yeah, let me see if I can pull up one of these questions. So yeah, will they try and catch the ship with chopsticks? For this flight, they are not going to be trying to catch the ship. It's currently going to be splashing down in the Indian Ocean, not too far away from Australia, actually, which is why we've even seen some rumors about them talking to the Australian government as well as the US government to see if they can recover a splashdown ship before they try and catch it here. So if they were going to do that, it would probably be on like the next flight, because I haven't heard anything about recovery ships being out there for this one. So it's unlikely that they're going to be recovering this ship. So it'll splash down. Hopefully this one will stay intact for longer. During Flight 5, the ship did land, but it did not stay in one piece for too long after it landed, unfortunately. But it was pretty cool that we got to watch that. And that's the other big thing about this flight. So even though they're not catching the ship, there are quite a few new things they're doing with the ship. One of them, and probably my favorite at least, is that it's going to be returning during the daytime. So every other reentry was during the night, and SpaceX kind of did this on purpose as well. because when you're re-entering during night, it's much easier to see the thermal characteristics. Basically, you can just see the flames a lot better when you're re-entering during night. But the problem is you can't see much else. So especially during the landing, it's pretty hard to see up until engine ignition. And the moment the engine's cut off, you can't really see anything either. So we are going to get to see a daytime landing now. And we're going to get to see a daytime re-entry too, which we've also never really gotten to see. And the entry for this one, despite this one not landing, it is doing quite a few things that no other Starship has really done to enable a landing. One of those is it's got a newer ablative heat shield under it. So the last flight, Flight 5, did have a ship with this newer ablative beneath it. Basically what it is, you've got the main heat shield on top and then an ablative layer beneath. So if anything happens to the main heat shield, you can just, you basically, the ship still survives. If you lose the main heat shield, even if you can lose a few tiles and that ablative layer beneath it will still be able to protect you. So that's kind of one of the problems with the space shuttle, because the space shuttle did not have something like that. And unfortunately, during the last flight of Columbia, it had some damage to one of its heat shield tiles, and whenever it re-entered, it burned up on re-entry. So hopefully Starship will be able to avoid anything like that with this new ablative heat shield beneath. And this is supposed to be an upgraded version from the last one, so that's one of the things they're testing. The other thing is they've actually removed a bunch of heat shield tiles too. If you look at the ship itself, it's kind of hard to see from this far away, but you can see that it's got quite a bit fewer heat shield tiles than previous ships along kind of the edge of the heat shield. That's because SpaceX specifically removed these so to provide more room for landing hardware. So we are still trying to get some of those technical problems worked out, but essentially and we lost some signal. Okay, we're back now. But yeah, they removed a bunch of tiles to basically allow the ship to slide down the chopsticks. That's kind of like the main reason, essentially. So if you look at the booster when it came in for landing, it essentially just went between the chopsticks, and the chopsticks actually bumped right up against it. But if you have heat tiles there, an important thing to remember about heat tiles is they are very brittle. If you take a dinner plate, that's basically what a heat tile is. It's a very advanced dinner plate, but if you drop it, it is not going to stay in one piece. They're very brittle, they crack very easily, they can fall off pretty easily. That's why originally for Starship, SpaceX actually was in talks, and they were, during the design phase, they had looked into doing essentially I'm forgetting the name of it, but essentially a second layer of steel that had holes in it to allow for essentially some of the fuel or oxidizer to be run through, and that would essentially provide cooling for the ship. It would basically be active cooling versus the passive cooling that Starship has now. And yeah, the heat tiles, they ended up determining that was going to be too heavy. So they ended up switching to the heat tiles instead, which, while they may seem like they'd be heavier, each of those tiles even though they're pretty thick, they're still about the same weight as a dinner plate, despite the thickness being much more. And that's because they're about 80-90% air, or they're just empty space, because the best way to avoid thermal conductivity is to not have anything to conduct the thermals, essentially. That's the same way aerogel works. If you've ever seen any demonstrations with aerogel, it is very, oh, we got a helicopter flying by. It is very resistant to heat because it's about 95% air. That's why it's called aerogel. And the heat tiles essentially work the same way. They're basically big silica aerogel slices. They're not actually aerogel, but they work in a very similar way by just providing blank space. But because of that, they are very brittle. And so if you're trying to land a ship and the chopsticks come in and slam into the side of the ship, well, it's going to be like getting corn off, like taking corn off the cob. You're just going to slice all the heat tiles off and you're not going to have any left. And that's not exactly reusable. Not to mention that's probably a little dangerous for your hardware. So they are trying to remove those tiles so they can still use those chopsticks to come in on the sides and still slam into the sides, but instead of slamming into tiles, it'll just be metal, which, as proven by Flight 5, is not a problem. So that's basically one of the main demonstrations of this flight. There's quite a few, but that's definitely one of the bigger ones. All right. So
I'll just take over a bit from here. So we do have the weather report from my radar ready. So we'll switch Erica in every second. And then, yeah, if you also have questions during that weather report, feel free to put them in chat as well, and we'll refer them to Erica. So you might be able to get those answered as well. And yeah, let me just change that name here so we don't want Erica to be called Nathan, right? And once you're ready, Erica, we'll put you in. Okay, there we go.
Hey,
So,
I don't know if y'all can see me on screen.
Yeah, everyone can see you and you're live as well. So you got 6,000 people watching.
Well, hi.
No stress.
You know. Beautiful imagery though from the Starship there in South Texas. So, I mean, you couldn't have picked a better day, honestly, for weather for a Starship launch.
Yeah, it looks pretty nice right now, and I do hope that we're gonna have this weather, and it's gonna stay like this. So we're gonna have nice views during the launch.
Yeah, so guys, by the way, y'all are doing such a great job on the stream. I've been watching over the last several minutes, so some very informative stuff. And I know I'm also watching the comments, and so a lot of people hyping you guys up. So this is really cool, and I'm so thankful that you guys invited me to give a little bit of a weather report. And yeah, you know, like I said, it's a nice day. If you can't attend, at least you have some really great views. And I know it's one of the first afternoon Starship flights, so a little bit different from what we've seen before. So yeah, so what you see there on your screen, it's actually the MyRadar app, and I wanted to point out a couple of features because I think if this launch gets delayed, it's not going to do anything with weather, but using the MyRadar app. So let's talk a little bit about what happened yesterday, because I think it was slated for yesterday, this launch. And I think it's a good thing that they pushed it back to today because you can see that cold front. And I'm actually currently in Jacksonville, Florida. I've actually attended one of the launches in South Texas before. Was born down in South Texas, so I'm very familiar with the area. Brownsville, Texas, a lot of my family's from there. So this is a little bit of a homecoming for me, doing a little bit of a forecast for the Starship launch down there. But either way, you're gonna see that cold front pushed out of the way, so just in time for the clouds to clear, especially down here in South Texas. And I kind of want to zoom in, and this is the great feature on MyRadar, is it'll give you directions, and you know, you could really zoom in onto the map and it'll show you. So, and I can draw here, and actually Felix showed me this little drawer thing on the screen, and it's been really useful. So let's see if I can do this live here. Sometimes it doesn't like to work with me, so I guess for some reason it's not working right now. But either way, you can see where South Texas, the winds are light. So these are the surface winds. They're coming from the north. Right now, they're about maybe gusting at 14. And I can actually show you this on my screen as well. So I have some of the weather observations up here. And looks like this screen is frozen. Oh, I'm having so many technical difficulties here with this stream. But either way, it's a nice day. The clouds were clearing out. I was watching that satellite imagery earlier. And so there were clouds there earlier. And if you saw the live feed, those have since cleared out. The cold front has pushed through. All the rain is right now coming to Florida where I am. And yeah, picture perfect day, especially we're not expecting any storms, and this is going to continue for the rest of the evening as well. And then tomorrow in South Texas, actually another cold front will be pushing through the state of Texas alone. And so that cold front actually will bring in a little bit more wind and some rain for some parts of Texas. So I think it's a good day that we're kind of in between these two systems, because yesterday would have been a little bit dicey. Tomorrow would be a little bit dicey. So today, absolutely perfect. And let's hope they launch the Starship here soon. And so guys, let's see if I can try to put, I don't know why my screen share here isn't working. Yeah, so let me try restarting it, because I really want to show you some of these cool observations that I have here. And I was telling Jonathan yesterday, technology never likes to work with me whenever I'm on a live stream. And so today is definitely one of those days that, you know, it definitely just doesn't want to work with me. So let's see. And I think now, okay, so now I can pull it up. So now I have it here, guys. I don't know if we can show that, but yeah, so I wanted to show kind of this visible satellite, or the satellite imagery, because it's very interesting. Just the timing of when the clouds pushed out of the area and how much the skies are going to clear here. And so, and I wanted to zoom in a little bit more, but I don't think the imagery is really well defined, but you can see here the clouds. Pretty much the southern tip of Texas is clear, and clouds can sometimes delay launches. So I don't think that's going to be one of the issues that we're dealing with. And I know wind is one of those primary things that we have to watch as well, especially with launches. And so just looking at some of the latest observations, there's not one specifically for Starbase, but there's some on South Padre Island, Port Isabel. So you're seeing wind gusts at about 15 to 20 miles per hour, usually anything over 30 would delay launch. So we're not watching any of that here across the southern tip of Texas. So that's some good news. And even here on the app, if we zoom out, and I kind of just want to show the cold front again, there's that one, the first cold front that pushed through, that was yesterday. And then here's that secondary one that's pushing through parts of even the Texas Panhandle, North Texas. But let's see if I can draw here some of these interesting features. So high pressure is in place. High pressure helps suppress any rainfall or cloud coverage over this area. So that's really what we're watching here. And so, you know, like I said, picture perfect conditions. I don't think weather will delay the launch, at least today. If it does have to be delayed for any reason, it might get a little dicey later in the week with the weather here. So yeah, guys, that's all I pretty much have. You know, thankfully, you know, I was talking to Felix about it a little bit. There's not, he was a little bit worried about the weather yesterday, not so much today in terms of any delays with the launch. So that's some good news. And of course, a beautiful day. Wish I could be down there watching the launch, but I know a lot of people are very excited. They're getting that first afternoon launch, and maybe it'll be picturesque with the beautiful, you know, sunsets a little bit earlier there. So maybe some nice colors in the sky in time for the launch.
Okay, thank you very much for that. Yeah, pretty interesting, and lucky that we're right in between those two fronts. And yeah, let's hope we're actually going to launch today, so we can make use of that. Yeah, we can go right into some more questions I had, or we had. So there was one question about if we have a shot of the banana, and with the banana, basically what's meant is the mascot banana on side of the ship 31. So if you look at that picture I just shared, there's indeed a banana on there. That's a picture from our photographer, Sean. Yeah, and there's the small banana for scale. That's pretty cool, I think. Yeah, last ship we had a Mechazilla on there, and so on. So yeah, that's super cool. And while we're at it, if you want to check out that My Radar app, you can scan that QR code in the bottom right corner there, and that will get you right to their website where you can download the app or just check out their servers. It's pretty cool. We can all recommend it from the team. We use it all the time. So feel free to check that out. And yeah, we can actually do a few more questions because we do have quite a few of them. Here we have a question from Sweetwater. And it's basically, if the angle the booster is coming into will be different, and if so, why? So what we can expect from today is what Elon confirmed in a tweet, basically that the booster will be coming in harder this time. That doesn't directly mean steeper, but I can show you that tweet again. So here he said that one of the objectives is that we have a faster and harder landing with the booster. And with that, that also means yeah, so I'll actually have Nathan come on for that because he has some expertise on that. So I'll have him right there. Give me 1 second. There we go.
Alrighty. So yeah, basically if the booster is going to be coming in shallower or steeper, from what we can tell, it may actually be coming in at a shallower angle, because looking at the actual flight times, if we can get that pulled up on screen, let me see. So the timeline for the flight that SpaceX provided on their website essentially said, so if you look at the hot staging to basically the timelines and the milestones for the flight, when the booster performs hot staging, or when the ship performs hot staging, and when the booster cuts off from the boostback burn and all of that, essentially it seems like the booster is actually going to be in the air for longer. If you look at that compared to Flight 5, the booster appears to spend even more time gliding back to the launch site, which either implies that they changed the direction of the flight, so essentially how steep or how shallow the trajectory the booster takes at ascent, or they changed how steep or how shallow the booster comes back. And from the looks of it, it seems like they changed how long it takes the booster to come back, which implies that it's going to be taking a shallower angle, which means it's going to be gliding for longer. The possible explanation for this is that during Flight 5, some of the outer boosters Raptor engines essentially melted. They didn't fully melt. They essentially got hot enough to where the pressure that they were experiencing and the temperature was enough to just warp them and bend them a bit to where they needed some refurbishments. So not too big a deal, but definitely something they wanted to address. So this is likely to mitigate that by reducing the pressures that are placed on the booster, as well as reducing the temperature. And that's essentially one of the main, that's a pretty important thing they want to get figured out, because if your engines are melting after each launch, you can't exactly reuse those. So that's another thing that SpaceX wants to check off their list. And once that's so it's likely going to be coming in at a shallower angle rather than a steeper one. We probably won't be able to tell too much a difference from the ground, though. It's going to look likely pretty similar, because it's still going to be coming in very steep. It's basically just going to be penciling its way through the atmosphere like a dart. It's It's going to be pretty steep still, but it'll likely be more shallow than Flight 5 just to try and spread out that temperature a bit more and reduce the pressure over a longer period. But yeah, so that should answer that question.
Yeah, thank you so much, Nathan. Yeah, I'm pretty sure that's a pretty good explanation. And we can continue with more questions. So here we have a question from Plane Crazy, and he asks, was originally at Nathan, but I think I can answer it as well. How SpaceX target or like accuracy of the target they're going to want to hit in the Indian Ocean is going to change when they'll do a relight in space. And main thing we need to watch out for there is that basically they can control the engines pretty precise, at least if everything works out in the way they want it to work out. And they have pretty accurate measuring units on board. Those are also the ones we can see sending back the telemetry. So they know pretty exactly where the Starship is and how much they need to brake or not brake to hit their target. And they can adjust the thrust of the Raptor engine pretty accurately to exactly mimic that curve to land on target. So technically, it should even improve accuracy with the engine because they can exactly control how much they brake and therefore exactly hit their target. But I mean, as we saw last time, I think the Starship was pretty much on target. It was already pretty great. Yeah. Okay, let's see if we have more questions. Yeah, so next question is from Roman. He is asking, or like basically saying that we'll be able to see Starship land this time, and that's completely correct. Because if you look at our Starbase time right now, it's in the middle of the day, and that means that it's also going to be daylight when we land, or the Starship lands in the Indian Ocean. So for the first time, we'll see, hopefully, the last part of the descent and the flip maneuver from the ground in daylight. I'm not super positive about if we're actually going to have a tracking camera or something available from SpaceX that tracks the Starship coming down, because there might be a quite big exclusion zone where they can't be with the ship filming that Starship. But we're at least hopefully going to have the last part of the descent similar to what we had last time. So that's already pretty much cool. Yeah. So yeah, if you have more questions, feel free to put them in chat. Use the hashtag questions so our moderators can actually find your questions. And then the team will try to answer them here on stream as well. And while we're at it, we can also go back to our launch domain and look at the first event we're going to have that's coming up soon. And that is the SpaceX Flight Director that needs to verify that we actually go for any launch. And SpaceX will confirm that on the socials. So we're waiting out for that tweet from SpaceX saying, hey, we'll go for launch. And that should come 1 hour, 50 minutes before launch. And if you look at their timer up there, we're not too far away from that. So fingers crossed, we're gonna get that. We're gonna get that tweet hopefully soon from SpaceX. I just checked the Twitter, and there were no updates for the flight right now, but that hopefully changes soon. And then if the flight director actually goes through with that go for launch, we're going to start to see the fuel load begin at T-minus 50 minutes for the ship, and then at T-minus 40 minutes for the booster. That's going to finish shortly, roughly 3 minutes before launch for both of them. And then we're going to go through to the actual final go for launch, and then the actual launch. Yeah, and if you're just joining us, you're watching the Y coverage of the Starship Flight 6, Test Flight 6. And if you're wondering, hey, where's Felix? I just saw Nathan and Jonathan on here right now. That's basically, Felix had some personal matters to attend today, so he sadly couldn't make it to stream. But that's not going to stop us from having an awesome time and watching this launch together. So yeah, I saw quite a few questions in chat wondering about that. And that, of course, makes sense. But yeah, that's the reason. I think there's also a pinned comment mentioning that. Yeah, but as I said, it's not going to stop us from having an awesome time, and looking forward to that. Okay, and we do have another question I just picked out. from Toby. He's asking, when do they plan to get Starship profitable? And that's a pretty hard question to actually answer. I mean, from SpaceX perspective, they actually, probably, hey, we need to get this thing launching to be profitable because every company needs income, right? And to actually figure out when that's going to be is pretty hard because SpaceX firstly needs to launch Starlink satellites with their Starship, and that's for personal use. So they're not really going to sell anything to any launches to any other companies. But even that is going to give them more revenues to Starlink, right? And then that will also make it profitable. So it's pretty hard to actually figure out when they're going to launch actual payloads. I would guess, and I think I said it earlier, sometime late next year or mid next year. If we're lucky, they might start launching Starlink satellites. That's my guess. Might be wrong, might be earlier, might be later. And yeah, as soon as they launch Starlink satellites, that's going to be one revenue stream coming in.
Bit too.
Yeah,
all right.
There with Nathan on stream again. He has something to say about that as well.
So I kind of wanted to say something regarding this because it's actually probably one of the most interesting things about Starship is the profitability perspective. Right now, Starship does not need to be profitable. Right now, Starship can basically be, if you know anything about how Amazon works, I know that might seem a little off topic, but it'll make sense in a second. Amazon as a company, it ships packages. You can go online, buy them, and ship it to your house. Amazon doesn't really make money from that. Not really, at least. They do make some money, but overall, Amazon does not make money from that. Rather, Amazon makes money from a different service called Amazon Web Services. This is essentially almost one of the backbones of the internet. They essentially sell server space and other companies can buy it. And that is ridiculously profitable. AWS essentially makes Amazon work as a company. If that did not exist, Amazon would need to charge much higher prices for shipping packages. And overall, it just wouldn't be as good an experience. Starship is almost like Amazon because Starship doesn't need to be profitable because Starlink is already profitable, essentially. Right now, we heard some information from, I believe Gwen Shotwell confirmed just a bit ago that Starlink is on track to be profitable by the end of the year, which means essentially it's making money versus all other things. Before it was just cash positive, which they do mean slightly different things, but it's a bit more complicated to explain. So Starlink has been cash positive for a while, which means they basically just, they put more, or they get more money back than they put in, but now it's actually profitable, which basically includes like investments and other things into it. It's fun economic stuff, but essentially Starlink is subsidizing Starship. So right now, SpaceX can just focus on making Starship work. If SpaceX really wanted Starship to be profitable, they could make it profitable right now. They could throw some Starlink payloads into Starship, and overall, its mass requirements right now, it can't really lift too much, but it can still take a decent amount, but they just don't need to do it, so they're focusing on other things. And if they really wanted to, Starship could start flying similar to a Falcon 9 right now. The first stage is already proven it can land, and at this point, it's essentially already a pretty good comparison to Falcon 9, with this being the 6th flight with 3 successful orbital flights before it. It's essentially showing that Starship works. And if SpaceX wanted to stop all development now, this rocket would already revolutionize space as we know it, just because its payload to orbit is already a lot, especially if you made it to where only the first stage was reusable. And you had an expended second stage. And if you did that, then Starship would already be a better rocket than about 90% of the other rockets on the market right now. So that would already make Starship profitable. But because it doesn't need to be, SpaceX can take their time, perfect it, and then provide a product later that is capable of not just like upending the space industry, but revolutionizing how we look at space as a whole, because that's what Starship will be able to do, and that's what SpaceX is aiming for. So it's not really designed to be profitable. It's designed to be everything else, essentially. It's designed to open space, and that can basically, it takes a bit longer to do that than it does to become profitable. So we might need to wait a little bit before all the objectives are met, but Starship is moving pretty fast, so we might not need to wait too long. All right, and that was my 2 cents on that.
Yeah, one thing I'm able to pitch in though is I think you said that like basically they could launch in the same cadence as Starship, and I think with what you meant with that is basically that Starship, the rocket itself, is pretty ready. Of course, they couldn't launch like 2 ships per day, or like that's sometimes what they do with Falcon 9s by 9, or at least like 3 per week, because the production line at where they produce the Starships, it just isn't fast enough for that speed. And of course, the ground infrastructure we're looking at right now on stream as well, it couldn't catch 2 rockets per day, at least off right now. We do have the second tower they're building, which might help with that in the future, but that's not ready yet. So
yeah, I think it's definitely just incredible to see, because the Starship is already at a point in development where almost no other rocket has reached. And the only rocket comparable to Starship right now is the Falcon Heavy, actually. And the Falcon 9's payload is essentially comparing the Falcon 9 to like an Electron. So its closer comparison would probably be the Falcon Heavy at this point. And New Glenn, maybe if it manages to launch. But Starship is already capable of everything, essentially. And it's always all the people that said, oh, Starship isn't really going to be possible, it's not feasible. Yeah, Starship is already better than their rockets. So
it's definitely getting there. Yeah, so it's pretty surprising how fast they actually pull this development off. Of course, everyone always says like, hey, Elon time, they take way longer than he says. Yeah. But keep in mind, that's still pretty fast. If you compare it to like any other rocket development, Starship is just like straight Formula 1 car. Yeah. And what I just noticed, if we actually take a look at the tower there, you can see that it's started venting. So that definitely means that we're getting close to preparations for fuel loading, which ideally should start in about 30 minutes, a bit more than that, if we actually get to go from the flight director. So that's a pretty good sign though. So we are getting close. And yeah, I can also just zoom into that. And we do also already have a next question from Jake Dawn on our stream. And he's asking if we think that there's any company that could catch up to SpaceX in like the next 10 to 20 years. And do you want to start with that, Nathan? Or
sure. I mean, it depends on where they're catching up to SpaceX with. When it comes to landing a first stage, arguments can be made that Rocket Lab is pretty close because they have managed to recover some splashed down electrons, not propulsively landing them, but still recovering nonetheless. So they've managed to recover some of their first stages, and they're currently doing some tests to see if they can reuse them after splashdown. And then Blue Origin is probably the closest to catching up with SpaceX's current capabilities, not counting Starship. New Glenn is designed to be a pretty good competitor to Falcon 9 and especially Falcon Heavy. I think Falcon 9 will still be able to hold its own against New Glenn, but New Glenn is probably going to take some of Falcon Heavy's payloads just because its size it's got a much bigger payload fairing and things like that. So, and the much more efficient hydrogen upper stage can basically provide more mass to higher orbits, which is very good for like national security payloads, because a lot of them usually go to higher orbits. But for many other companies, other than some concepts, I mean, we can look at Stoke Space for catching up to Starship. They've got some rockets in concept development currently, but they're a very small company, relatively speaking, that is. And they do have some concepts that could possibly become a fully reusable rocket, but right now it's mostly on paper and some initial test hardware. So we'll have to see how that looks. Right now it's really hard to tell. I mean, SpaceX is just miles ahead of their competition, with really only Blue Origin being the closest. And considering the way Blue Origin moves, it's kind of hard to tell how close they are to catching up with Starship. We know they've had some secretive projects like Project Jarvis, which was testing the ideas for a reusable upper stage for New Glenn. So if that was the case, it would be a reusable first stage and a reusable second stage, similar to Starship, but that's very early concepts as well. But yeah, currently close to catching up with Falcon 9 and Falcon Heavy, and concept only for Starship. But I'd say some have a good chance of catching. We'll see.
Yeah, so I have a fun thing I can share real quick, and I would guess some people laugh at that. Yeah, I think Nathan already knows the picture. So this definitely isn't a Mechazilla at all. So you know, that's like as far as I know from a Chinese space company, a tower that has some chopsticks.
Yep.
No clue what they would try with that, but maybe they would try catching a rocket booster. Just a guess though. So yeah, that's a fun thing.
Yeah, it's definitely it seems mainly prototype, but they do want to try and catch a booster. The same company recently fundraised a ton of, or not fundraised, they I guess technically they raised a bunch of funding from venture capital investors in China to develop a Starship competitor, and their animation like is almost one for one with some of Starship's animations, with like catching the first stage. It's supposed to be closer to a Falcon 9 competitor, and the size of the catch tower also shows that. We did some math, and our wonderful animator Vooper also made an animation to show pretty good the size difference. Essentially, like this catch tower mainly at most goes probably to the maybe the common dome. Like you can see on the booster, if we go back to so if you see on the booster that kind of like fuzzy-ish section in the middle of the booster, that's the weld marks that's the reinforcements struts for where the common dome bulkhead is, which separates the liquid oxygen from the liquid methane. But essentially it probably is about that tall at most. So it's very small compared to the overall tower, and it's tiny. I have nicknamed it the Timu Tower. So it's
pretty fun actually.
Yeah, it's a fair bit smaller, but there are concepts and there are people who want to catch up. I mean, even the just recently the China's equivalent to NASA, forgetting the actual name, I think it's like CNSA, but they released a few things regarding Long March 9, which is supposed to be their moon rocket. It's basically a one-to-one copy of Starship. So yeah, there's quite a few people who want to catch up and who are looking at Starship and not say, and they're, because there are some companies, and it's one of two routes right now. It's either there's somebody looking at Starship and saying, that's never going to happen, that's never going to work, we're just going to keep expending rockets and eventually lose all of our market share. And then there's ones who see Starship and are like, oh, wow, that might actually work, and then try and copy it. So that's basically one of two routes. And there's a third option, like Stoke Space, which is see Starship or want to make a reusable rocket and make a different concept.
Okay, so we did actually just get a nice tweet from SpaceX in, and that's that Starship is go for propellant load. So that's also why we saw that activity on Mechazilla and the OLM already, because we are freaking go for propellant load. So in about the next 20 to 30 minutes, we should see that more venting and then eventually also thrust lines on the ship and the booster to indicate that fuel is going into the rocket, which is pretty cool. That's just like a next step that makes it more likely that we're going to see that launch today. Yeah, and if we switch back to the camera right now, you can clearly see strong venting on the tower and the OLM there, which is pretty cool. Yeah, and while we're at it, we can also do a few more questions. And here we have a question wondering if the booster and the ship is going to land. And yeah, that's a good for both, because the booster is going to get catched. So it's not even landing, it's getting catched out of thin air, similar to Flight 5. They're going to catch it with the Mechazilla you see on screen right now. And then for the ship, they're not going to catch it with the Mechazilla yet, but it's going to fly all the way across the world to the Indian Ocean. And then it's going to do the belly flop landing, belly flop maneuver, and then hopefully a flip and a soft landing in the Indian Ocean. So yes, both of the parts of the rocket are going to land. The booster here back in Texas and the upper stage ship in the Indian Ocean.
Which will be awesome to watch.
That's for sure. We also have this question, wondering what's new about this flight. And I'll get the tweet from Elon Musk back on stream. This is the tweet he sent out earlier this morning, basically telling us what exactly we can expect from today's launch and what's going to differ. And it's mainly going to be that they are going to try a Raptor relight in space. Basically meaning they're going to accelerate the ship harder in the beginning, bring it up to orbital speeds. And then as they want to splash down in the ocean, though, they need a brake. So they're going to reorientate the ship in space, light one of the Raptor engines to brake, and then shut it hopefully back down. And yeah, so that's one huge difference to Flight 5. They didn't try that on Flight 5. More importantly, or what's even more cool, is that they're trying to, or not trying to, if the ship is landing, it's going to land during the day. So because our launch window today is way later during the day, in the afternoon and early evening, basically, we're going to see daylight in the Indian Ocean when it's splashing down. So we'll hopefully have a nice shot of the ship coming down when it's time for that. And it's going to look so much cooler than last time, because if you remember, last time it was just like pitch black everywhere. And you could just like barely see something until the engines ignited. And that's going to be different today.
And then when the ship blew up, you could see something then too.
Yes, let's hope that doesn't happen.
Yeah.
Or if it happens, it might also be planned. They might trigger the FTS after landing. FTS stands for Flight Termination System, and that's just a system on board the rocket that can basically do a controlled poof whenever someone at SpaceX presses a button. Yeah, and that might be for lots of different reasons. Main reason, of course, might be if there's some anomaly during the flight and they need to terminate it. Worst case, Starship is heading for some populated area. It's not going to happen. But, yeah, that would be one reason to trigger the FTS.
Yeah.
Yeah, so that's super cool. And then let's see if we have more questions.
I think I found one. Alrighty. So this is a fun one. Basically, when do I think they're going to be testing in-space Starship refueling within the next 1 or 2 years or so? Actually, we know about when they're going to be testing this because we've heard from, I'm trying to remember who said it. I believe it was Musk. It was either Musk or Shotwell did actually confirm that they will be attempting actually, it was also, I know we heard it from one of them as well, but we also heard it from somebody working on the HLS, which stands for Human Landing System, which is essentially the moon lander for the upcoming Artemis missions. Somebody who works on that at NASA essentially confirmed that SpaceX is on track to make that happen, and that they will be testing the in-space refueling around early next year. So less than 1 year, actually, for the initial test. And because it's so soon, we may even see that happen with one of the upcoming, one of the starships we've already seen. So there's that's definitely something that we get to look forward to. I think the current, we may see it around March, maybe, depending on how quickly SpaceX can get everything ready, because it's probably going to be a little bit of a turnaround time between Flight 6 and Flight 7, because Flight 7 is supposed to be flying the first Block 2 ships, and then depending on how long it takes for Flight 8 to happen after Flight 7, we can kind of take it from there to see. And of course, they do also want to try and catch the ship. They want to be able to successfully catch the ship before they do any in-space refueling. And we also did recently see a tweet from Musk that said the upcoming starships the refueling tankers, that is, will actually have the payload section turned into a fuel tank. So whenever that starts getting closer, the early ones, especially the test flights, might not have that. But once we start getting closer to the HLS demonstration, we may see SpaceX begin testing designs for a Starship that's just 100% fuel tank. And that may happen next year. So yeah, less than a year for the test, and then hopefully around a year for full operation, which would be awesome.
Okay, and one super cool thing, we do actually have a surprise guest in our backend, and I'll just switch that out real quick. There you go.
Hi, everybody. I made it into the studio. How have you enjoyed the show so far? I'm a little out of breath here still. Man, flight number 6, and I almost missed it. How about that?
Didn't miss the party.
Yeah, I'm here, everybody. Thank you so much for showing up. Thank you for enjoying the weather report from Erica earlier, from my radar. Thank you for bearing with us. I had to hurry a little bit today. There was a lot of stuff to do, but it's like it's before 1 hour prior to liftoff, so I'm super happy that I was able to join in. And here we go.
You're super in time still.
Yeah, thank you. I can see they're already preparing fueling on the rocket, and I was so rushing and running, but I made it. I'm super happy about this. Yeah, Jonathan has already done all the explanation work I wanted to do. I had so many things prepared, like videos and all that stuff. Jonathan used that beautifully. I looked into the stream every now and then, as I did write in the chat as well. But now I'm here, and I'm even double, as you can see for a second there. Yeah, I'm still. I just jumped onto my desk, and I don't even have the questions open yet, and anything. Jonathan will have to help me out with that in the back end. But for now, I do not know what was talked until now. So if you have any questions that weren't sufficiently answered, if you have any question marks about Flight 6 still, I doubt it, because Jonathan and Nathan as well have been talking a lot. As I saw. But if there are any questions still open, send them in and I'll answer them as quick as I can. I'll just do a rundown here because I'm jumping in the middle. So we're watching Flight 6, SpaceX's Starship Flight 6. The goals for today are to, of course, launch the rocket again. Hopefully catch it again as well. SpaceX is planning a more aggressive catch for this time. I am kind of anxious as to what that is going to be. I hope they're just going to catch it again, because last time was already extremely anxious for me. So if they go even crazier this time, I'm probably going to just fall out of my chair or something, but there's plenty of people who will probably do the same. So that's one of the goals. The next goal is an engine relight in space, of course, because they need to demonstrate that to be able to perform full orbits. So they're going to do an orbit insertion, and then they're going to slow the Starship back down, and then they're going to try to land it again. And that's the third crazy thing. Somebody knock on the door? Oh, okay, so I'm hearing ghosts. So the third crazy thing is that they want to give it an extra oomph on re-entry. They want to do a more aggressive re-entry angle, which is going to stress the heat shield even more. And then on top of that, for us, the viewers, of course, the most important part is we have an afternoon launch. As you can see, as Erica told you already earlier, I watched her weather report while on the phone. It's blue skies. It's perfect conditions right now. There's almost no wind. Wind gusts up to 20 miles per hour is basically nothing for a Starship. It's a huge rocket. And we're going to have the same in the landing zone. In the Indian Ocean, it should be daytime when the Starship comes down. So that's going to give us, the viewers, that's probably the most important part for us viewers, is that this is an afternoon launch in the United States, and it is an early morning re-entry over the Indian Ocean, which is going to give us daylight. We haven't had that yet. On all the other launches, I remember it vividly. I had to get up at 3 in the morning to get ready for streaming at 4 in the morning, and then we'd have a launch around 7 in the morning. That has changed. This is way more convenient, even though I'm a little late, but I made it. I'm super happy I made it. So yeah, here we are. This should be a briefing for everybody who's just joined in. Do like the stream. Please do like the stream. This is very, very important for us. Subscribe to What About It. This is what fuels us, and it's for free after all. Do check out our merchandise. That's not why I came in, but I'm super proud because this actually came before the launch as well, and I was super happy to be able to show this because our Kia shirt has finally arrived in the studio. So you'll see me with that Raptor 3 shirt on episodes as well. That's in the store. Alex made it, one member from our team, and I'm super happy about it, and so on and so forth. As you can still see, I am very much arriving here. So Jonathan, can you get me up to speed on the questions that come in from the crowd, because I don't have.
Yeah, I sent you the link again.
You sent me the link. All right.
All right,
We're getting there. We're getting there.
Question up for you.
Bear with me. Yes. Okay. From Chris current message. Roman Jackass. I'm sorry for butchering the name. Nathan isn't here right now, but I hope I can answer it. When would you foresee the testing of the in-space Starship refueling to occur? Within the next 1 or 2 years or so? Actually, wait. Oh, you answered it with like in the next few months, right? Yes. So this is imminent. This is very, very much coming up very, very soon. So that already got answered. I'll switch to the next one from, let me see if I can click this button, from Chris. Do you think they will attempt a Starship catch on Flight 7? 7 is going to be the first Block 2 Starship. There is going to be a lot of changes there, and I would question it that they try to catch the first one. They're going to see on that first launch. I wouldn't be surprised if they just try to see how it performs, because it has a lot of changes. It has changes to the flaps. It has changes to the heat shield. It has tons of internal changes. These blocks basically mean that there's a new major version of a Starship coming, and you might not want to catch that first try. So they're going to launch it. They're going to re-enter it over the Indian Ocean, likely, and then splash it down into the water to see how the Block 2 Starships perform. And then on Flight 8, if that turns out great, or maybe even on Flight 9, if they have a few hiccups, the question is always, how many problems do they see? If the thing just performs and goes in and does it all, they might catch on Flight 8, I would say. But I wouldn't be surprised if it was Flight 9 or 10, because it's a little bit more delicate to catch a Starship than a booster. With the boosters, I've been saying it for a few years, technically, SpaceX knows how to do that. Even though they are not using a tower, the Falcon 9 is something very, very similar. On these boosters, you have to... Well, you see it there right now. You see where the Starship ends, where you have those grid fins. That's basically the landing surface for a super heavy booster, for a Starship booster. On a Falcon 9, the landing surface is down by the legs, but that's basically all that's changed. Even though one lands on a tower and one lands on a drone ship, or occasionally on the landing zones right next to our house, it's technically the same thing. Even though it might sound strange, it really isn't that different. So that they knew already. I wasn't surprised that they caught it on Flight 5. I mean, I was jumping like everybody else, and I hope they're going to do it on Flight 6 as well. But I wasn't surprised that it worked out so well. The ship is a different story, because it comes in at much higher speeds. At 28,000 kilometers per hour, it is circling the planet. It needs to go through a re-entry phase with hot plasma. We've seen it several times in live footage from SpaceX. I still can't believe that they can live stream this, but they can. So it's a different thing. And you want to make sure that everything works out perfectly when you're trying a different thing. So I'd say Flight 8, Flight 9, something like that, when they've sufficiently tested Block 2. I'm not going to make the joke we had on the episode. That was also Alex's idea, by the way. Okay, so that is this one. Let me switch. If I know how to do this, yes, I should be able to just click this one. And then we have Pac-Man. He has a question. When do you think Starship will LEO orbit mission? So when do you think a Starship will enter a low Earth orbit for the first time? I'm confident that they'll do that with the first Block 2 Starship. So Flight 7, next flight. This one demonstrates the engine relight. I do not think that they're going to... There's likely not going to be any problems with that. It is more difficult to relight an engine in space, but SpaceX has performed hundreds of relights of Raptor engines at this point, not in space, but on the ground. And if all those are an indicator for what the engine can do, I don't think it's going to have trouble relighting the engine in orbit today. And once they've demonstrated that, that's basically all they need for a low Earth orbit mission, because SpaceX's biggest goal right now is not to go to Mars. SpaceX's biggest goal right now with the Starship is to deploy payloads, to make it actually generate revenue, because SpaceX is bleeding $3.5 billion per year at Starbase. I think that's the latest number I heard. So that's a lot of cash. Even if it was just $500 million, it's a lot of cash. And you don't want this to take too long. They've been doing this for some time, and they can get it back in through Starlink, which is a great thing. But yeah, at some point you want it to generate money, and generating money means you bring up payload, and bringing up payload means you have to go to orbit, not just a ballistic curve splashing down in the Indian Ocean. You actually want to bring it to low Earth orbit and have it deploy something. And that, of course, is going to be the Starlink V2 satellites, not the mini satellites. The V2 satellites are much bigger. And those are going to be, yeah, it depends on how Flight 7 goes. If Flight 7 goes good, If Flight 6 goes good with the relight, so the one that we're watching today, if the relight goes well, I wouldn't be surprised if they go for orbit on the next flight, and then maybe even a payload on Flight 8. That would be the timeline that I can see, but that depends on hiccups. If we see the booster crash into the tower today, if we see the Starship having major problems relighting its engine, all that can change again, because this is, after all, prototyping. Okay, more questions are coming in. Keep them coming. I've got only an hour or 50 minutes until this thing launches. I'm like I said, I'm sorry that I was late. So we have Connor with the next one. Connor Lawrence, thank you so much for showing up. He has a question: how many Raptors will be lit in the demo today, and what Raptors, sea level or vacuum? Okay, so my theory, there is no official information about this. So all I can give you is my best guess. And my best guess is it's going to be one sea level Raptor. The sea level Raptors can gimbal, so that gives you an angle of thrust. You can control the thrust. Lighting a vacuum Raptor wouldn't be a good thing because it can't point. So you would have to light all three to have an equal thrust. But even at the lowest thrust setting, a vacuum Raptor puts out a lot of thrust, and three of them do even more. So I do think it's going to be one sea level Raptor that we're going to see light up today in space, hopefully. We have Chris P. Thank you so much for the question. Why is space refueling critical for deep space, exploration? Okay, so the problem with that is that a Starship on its own is already pretty heavy. Super heavy, even though being a gigantic booster, it has to lift a lot of mass to space with a Starship sitting on top of it. And if you want to go interplanetary, if you want to go to other planets, Mars, even the moon, you have to do transition into another orbit. So you leave Earth's orbit to get first you get into how can I explain this better? Give me a second. So I have my stress balls here again from the last launch, if you remember those. So imagine this is Earth and this is Mars. The Starship on a low Earth orbit, so on a normal launch for Starlinks or anything, it circles Earth. But if it wants to go to Mars, it needs to leave this circular orbit around Earth and basically enter a highly elliptical orbit going around Mars and then being captured by Mars. So you have to slow down at Mars again to be caught into an orbit. And for that transition over to Mars, you need extra fuel. And that's the problem there. So Starships are so big that they need to be refueled to be able to go somewhere else. But there are plenty of people, especially SLS fans, nothing against SLS fans, are saying that this isn't feasible because you have to fuel a Starship like 5, 6, 7, 8 flights until it's full again, until you can go to Mars. The big difference there is if SpaceX's concept works, a Starship launch is not going to be that expensive. The fuel for a Starship, the complete fuel for everything, is around $800,000 is my last there. Then you have the work on the ground and the pad preparations and everything. Let it be like $2.5, maybe $3 million per launch. If you have to do that 5, 6, 7 times, you're at 15, 18, $21 million to refuel a Starship and then through that send it to Mars. SLS is more expensive. Let's just leave it at that. So it still does make sense, and that's why in-orbit refueling is absolutely critical for Starship to do anything beyond low Earth orbit, and that's what we wanted to do. We don't. I mean, I love Starlink V2, and it's going to be epic to be able to get a gigabit connection through a Starlink dish. I'm looking forward to that. Don't get me wrong, and it'll be a funding for SpaceX, but in the end, what we are all waiting for is for them to fly to the moon, to fly to Mars, to build up all these big dreams that Elon Musk and many others at SpaceX are talking about. That's why you're tuning in today. So that's the thing about refueling. It is very, very critical. Dennis Haymeyer, thank you so much for the super chat. Thank you for your excellent work. They are truly inspiring. I have one question. The Starship is enormous, so why isn't it possible to fly directly to the moon like the Apollo missions did? I kind of partly already answered that. The problem really is that Starships are really, really heavy. The heat shield is not just around the capsule. The heat shield is around the entire Starship, and so on and so forth. So a few systems, Apollo didn't send a Starship to the moon. Apollo sent very, very tiny vehicles to the moon that you could put plenty of those into the payload fairing of a Starship. You could fill that up with Apollo capsules. That's how tiny they were. If you come to the Kennedy Space Center, to the visitor complex, which I can very much recommend, you can see those in real life nowadays. Still, how big were those capsules and landers and the service module and so on and so forth? How big were those actually? And they weren't that big. A Starship is way, way bigger. It's really, really hard to bring across in a video. In the stream, you see it on screen here, but imagine a skyscraper launching to space and half of it wanting to go to the moon. Not just that tiny capsule on top of it. It's at least, it's more than a third of the rocket, which is the second stage, and all of that wants to go to the moon. So that's why you need to refuel it. But as I said before, since Starships are supposed to be very, very cheap to launch, it's not really going to be a big problem refueling them in space, even though it might seem like a waste to have to send 5, 6, 7 Starships up to refuel one Starship. If it doesn't cost that much money, it's a really, really nice thing to do. So that's what SpaceX is aiming for. It's a new concept, which will maybe enable us to send a skyscraper to the moon, which would be great. Payan Crazy. Question, Felix, what tongue-in-cheek payload do you think they will put in the first orbital launch? I'm thinking Tesla Cybertruck. Oh, so you mean a test payload. I would love to see a Tesla Cybertruck. I would love to see a Tesla semi-truck, which would be even crazier. As you might remember, it's already, I can't see my, give me a second. I'll turn this on real quick so that I can actually point at it. You see this thing over there? That is the Falcon Heavy from that demo launch. And it even has, if you look on in episodes, you can see it in the fairing up there. It even has the Tesla Roadster. It's a Matchbox Roadster. Thanks for putting him in full screen. You can't really see it right now. It's up. Where is it? I can't even see my hand. It's up there in the fairing, and that was the demo launch for Falcon Heavy. That's why he said that he would love to see a Cybertruck go up to space. Starships would be able to send a Tesla semi-truck to space, so why not go full size directly? But I do think it's not going to be that, because, which is actually kind of sad. I would love to see it, but there isn't any fairing yet, any payload door actually, because it's technically not a fairing, it's a payload bay like it is on the shuttle orbiter. And that payload bay right now is very specialized. So it has this slit opening for Starlink satellites. And I would be very surprised if a Cybertruck fits through that. So maybe pizzas or something, or I don't know, something funny they might come up with. But I do really think that there's going to be, they're going to send a, even though this might sound boring because it's not a Tesla Cybertruck, my guess is they're going to send Starlink V2 test satellites up. That's going to be the first payload that they're going to send to space. I wouldn't be surprised if it was just a test satellite to get the first V2 satellite up there. You'll hit what's that called in English? Two birds with one stone. You test the payload capability of the Starship, and then with the payload, you can even start testing hardware that you really need to test as well. So the V2 Starlink satellites, not the mini ones, but the actual full-size V2 Starlink satellites. I think that is what's going to happen. I still can't see a frost line, but there is huge amounts of action going on at the pad. I'm so happy I made it in time. Thank you everybody so much for showing up. I haven't done my classic question yet. Where are you guys all from? I love seeing that in the chat. So if you can just real quick type where you're from. It's inspiring for everybody. I'm pretty sure it's not just for me. Seeing how large this spaceflight community actually is. And there go the first few people. Keep it racing. Show us where you guys are from. Thank you so much for showing up. I am so happy I didn't miss this. Keep the questions coming. Keep the super chats coming. Keep the hype trains coming. And we are 41 minutes away from SpaceX's flight number 6. Look at that. Nigeria. It's like Kenya. So we have lots of people from Africa here. We have lots of people from Australia. I can see lots of people from the United States, of course, which is our core audience here at Y. But that's what I mean. Like everybody, the entire world is there watching this right now. So thank you so much for getting up early in the morning or enjoying your afternoon tea, wherever you are. Thank you so much for joining us from Mars. We have somebody from Mars. It's confirmed. Elon is just going to deliver packages to you, I guess. Thank you so much for showing up. Okay, so we're going to do the next question here. We have, so that was the tongue-in-cheek payload. Okay, so we have Matt. Matt, probably nothing, has the question: what time frame do you think life support systems and crew habitation will be tested live? That's what I'm looking forward to. That is where it gets really, really interesting. Right now, there's frost lines in the Starship. I'm sorry, I'm distracted here. I really can't wait for this thing to launch. SpaceX should be going live in a few minutes as well. We're going to switch over to their camera to get the closest views possible. Okay, so back to the question. Life support and crew habitation systems. So I do know from some inside sources that they are already testing all of that. Not the habitation, the crew habitation, but the life support systems, cockpit layouts, all sorts of stuff is already actively being developed and tested in collaboration with NASA. I talked to Doug Wheelock, a very famous astronaut, about this before as well. He couldn't say much, and I can say even less because it's not public, so I won't. But trust me, they're working hard on this. They're working hard on the layouts. They're working hard on all the subsystems that are needed to actually support crew on their way to the moon and on their way to the surface, which should give you another little clue there, but I'm not going to say too much about this. So yeah, they're testing a lot of stuff behind the scenes that we don't see, because what we are concentrated on right now is these prototypes to make all that happen later. That's the next step. But yeah, that's what I'm looking forward to by far the most right now. So keep watching What About It. We will definitely talk about it. We have Ricky. Thank you so much for your super chat. This goes directly into all the crazy stuff that we're doing at Y. It doesn't go into cookies and coffee. It goes into hardware, into cameras, into time spent from 15 people on the team currently working hard on every episode. So thank you so much for all those super chats. Those are what fuel your next episode, basically. Thank you very much. We have Damien Williams, thank you so much for the super chat. Love your channel. Thank you so much for all the interesting info. I started this 5.5 years ago because I was an information junkie for what SpaceX was doing at Starbase, and there really wasn't that much content out there back then. Now you have a really nice palette of all sorts of interesting creators producing stuff for this. But back then, when I was hungry for more, there wasn't anybody, and SpaceX is going live. This is a good sign, everybody. And so there wasn't that much out there, and that's why I started What About It. I'm super happy that you're enjoying this as much as we do here on the team. I'm going to go quickly through this because soon we're going to have an audio from SpaceX. So we're working on scenes here. Okay, so I'm going to do a few more of those. Give me a second. We have Sword and Scale. Thank you so much for your super chat. It is very, very, very much appreciated. We have Benjamin Shaji. Thank you so much for your super chat. What are the consequences of failure when we are dealing with human astronauts, considering it's a private company and we know how tragic the previous outcome was? From India, by the way, big fan. Thank you so much. Love to India. I don't know exactly what tragedy you're talking about. Maybe the shuttle incidents, which was by far the most dangerous vehicle we've sent up yet. And that was government. It wasn't private. When a private company endangers lives, it goes through a simple process. They'll check if safety measures were kept, if all the routines were kept, if all the standards were kept, and if it then still happens, it was a tragedy. That's how that goes. We're not hoping to see any of that. And I'm very confident in SpaceX because they're already actively launching astronauts to the ISS. And not just that, they're even doing private missions like Inspiration 4. And they're doing this really, really well. So I'm crossing my fingers that we're never going to see any incidents or tragedies in the future from now on. But of course, you cannot rule it out. But in that case, there will be a normal investigation, be it private company or be it government. It doesn't matter much. We have this beautiful video from SpaceX running in the background right now. I think we still don't have any voice to that though. If it's just music right now, it's beautiful though. It's just incredible what SpaceX has done over the past few years. It's mind-boggling, and it gets crazier and crazier and crazier. And I don't even know how they're doing this. It's an honor to be able to broadcast about this. Thank you everybody so much for watching. So yeah, that's the process if there is an accident happening. We have Liebert, thank you so much for the super chat. We have Josef Lang, thank you so much for the super chat. We have Dark Rider VR. Hello Felix, I have a question. Why they have to enter the atmosphere so fast instead of decelerating enough? Okay, yeah, that's a good question. The problem is the energy you put into the rocket while going up, you have to take it out again. So you would need to use the same amount of, if you want to do it with engines, you would need to spend the same amount of fuel you use to get it to the speed. You would need the same amount of fuel to decelerate it, minus the gravity that you were working against, but the gravity sucks you down again or attracts you down again. So you would have, if you wanted to do this with engines, it would be a tremendous amount of fuel needed. And that's what makes it so hard to enter an upper stage. What you say, Jonathan?
We're targeting our
go
first
ahead.
afternoon Starship liftoff just 34 minutes from now. And that will occur at 4 p.m. Central Time. Now, this timing will bring us daylight views of the ship splashing down on the other side of the world. I'm Kate Tice, Senior Quality Systems Engineering Manager here at SpaceX.
And I'm Jesse Anderson, a Senior Structures Engineering Manager, and we are joining you live from SpaceX Hawthorne. On Flight 5, we promised you maximum excitement, and Starship delivered in what had to be one of the most memorable moments in my time here at SpaceX.
Same.
Like so many of you, we were in utter shock as we watched that historic booster catch unfold, and we're back today to try and do it all over again. As Kate mentioned, it's been just over a month since Flight 5, making this our quickest turnaround yet between Starship flight tests. Our ultimate goal is to get that turnaround time down to hours.
Following Flight 5, the SpaceX team went to work, immediately implementing lessons learned into the vehicle and tower's hardware and software systems for Flight 6. This is what rapid iteration looks like. We gather real data from these test flights and turn around and fly again as soon as possible. This is the process that is bringing us the rapidly reusable Starship that will soon be taking us to the Moon and Mars.
Flight 5 proved that we can safely bring the booster back to the launch tower, which is a key factor in driving rapid reusability, and land ship with a high-precision splashdown in the Indian Ocean.
Let's do that.
We'll be taking you through today's test objectives in just a moment, but first, let's check in with Dan, who is on the ground just a few miles from the pad at Starbase with the best views. How's it going, Dan?
Hey, Jesse, it's going fantastic. I got a couple hundred of my best friends out here ready to watch this launch and hopefully another catch today. But welcome everybody back to Starbase for another Starship launch. I'm Dan Hewitt. Got Launch Control Center right behind me, tower just about 6 miles over that shoulder. It has been a pretty quiet countdown. Not a lot of chatter on the loops right now as we are into prop load, and we are counting down to the very top of our window at 4 p.m. Central Time, so just about 32 minutes from now. Right now, the range range is projected to be clear by then. We've got our assets out there making sure land, air, sea, everything around the launch pad and then our flight path are clear before we give the final go to liftoff today. We got through the weather poll. Everything was looking great. A little breezy today, but well within our constraints for both launch and catch criteria. And as you can tell, we're loading propellant on board the vehicle. You can see those white frost lines starting to tick up as we're putting the cryogenic, the liquid methane and liquid oxygen out to both of those vehicles. The ship prop load started at about T-minus 49 minutes, and then the booster followed just a couple minutes after at about T-minus 41. We're almost halfway full on ship, just about a third on booster. Those are both going to continue until we're about 3 minutes, 20 seconds before liftoff on ship. And then the booster is going to close out at about 2 minutes and 50 seconds. So we pretty much we're loading up right to that last possible minute, keeping it as dense and cold as possible, and then getting off the launch pad. The countdown startup sequence, everything will look very familiar if you watched Flight 5, assuming you did. But you're going to see the engines start to ignite at about 3 seconds before liftoff. They're going to start up in 3 different groups. First, those center 13, then 15 of that outer ring, and then those final 5, bringing all 33 Raptors online. After that, we'll see about a second later, and then it'll lift off, so a couple seconds from first light until motion. As usual, we can hold at T-minus 40 seconds if we have any last-minute issues to clear, anything with the range, anything that triggers on the vehicle. And if we pass T-minus 10 seconds, the deflector fires, and then we scrub, then we're done for the day for at least 24 hours. But weather is fantastic, light breeze, no clouds in the sky. Not tracking any hardware constraints to launch today. If we're not able to get off the pad, though, we've got opportunities throughout the week, could be 24 to 48 hours later. But everything looking great. I'm excited to be able to see another one of these get off the pad. Check back in with everybody in just a couple of minutes. Back over to Jesse and Kate.
Yes.
Awesome. Thanks, Dan. Now, you could see those 2 towers in the back there in the distance at Starbase. Starbase is really coming along just as rapidly as Starship itself. That second launch tower will be coming online next year, and it will allow us to increase our flight cadence and test even more frequently. And just a few kilometers away from the 2 towers, our cutting-edge 1 million square foot star factory is nearing completion with the goal of producing hundreds of ships a year.
Yeah, that might sound crazy, and that's because it is. If you can imagine a future where we are flying and catching a fleet of boosters, which is the lower portion of the vehicle, that fleet is actually pretty small compared to the potentially hundreds of ships, the uppermost portion of Starship, that will be flying in that future vision.
Yeah, exactly, Kate. Those ships will be staying in space for long-duration missions to go to the moon or Mars, or become tankers for refueling, or any number of other uses. But the boosters will come back and turn around to launch the next ship. So in order to hit that production cadence of hundreds per year, we're rapidly building out Star Factory, which is our Starship production facility in Texas.
And live views, not live views, views of that Star Factory there. Now, this place allows us to move system integration work earlier in the build process, which means more efficiency, higher quality, and ultimately faster production. Starbase is an incredible place to be right now. There really is nowhere else in the world like it. You know, hint, hint, nudge, nudge.
Now, what you might be hinting at is the good news is we are hiring. If you love what you're seeing, check out our openings at Starbase. On the engineering side, we're looking for vehicle design engineers across structures, propulsion, and integration.
And if you're a hands-on tech, we're looking for integration technicians and welders that can help us hit our goal of building a Starship every 8 hours. And to do that, we need builders.
Every 8 hours?
Yeah, we're definitely going to need a lot of builders to get that down to just 8 hours.
Right? Now, beyond that, in order to keep Starbase growing, we have all kinds of roles, from baristas to HVAC technicians to EMTs. So chances are, if you're looking, we have a place for you. Visit spacex.com/careers to see all of our openings.
Every role is critical to the future of Starship. With Starbase growing faster than ever, we can't do it without you.
This place is where our future is being built, and that is a future that we are all very excited about. All right, let's dive deeper into the inner workings of Starship and learn more about this flying skyscraper.
Starship features two major parts, the ship, which has 6 Raptor engines, and the Super Heavy booster, which has 33 Raptor engines. Now, just like flights 1 through 5, the current iteration of Starship is an experimental vehicle flying for development. And with a few planned upgrades, Starship will have 3 times the thrust of Saturn V at 10,000 metric tons of thrust, plus the added benefit of full reusability. Starship 2 will be capable of carrying more than 100 tons to orbit, and Starship 3 will be able to lift more than 200 tons to orbit. Now, the amount of mass we're able to launch per rocket is crucial to creating a self-sustaining city on Mars.
Exactly. And speaking of launch mass, we should probably acknowledge the elephant, banana in the room, and our today's secret payload.
Okay, so 2 things here. The first is, remember on Flight 5, we had a giant Mechazilla decal where the banana is today. And there you can see that on your screen. Now, that decal is 3 feet tall, which might be hard to tell looking at it on the ship right there.
It's crazy.
Which is why we have a full-scale reproduction of that decal here with us so that you can see the size compared to humans.
Yeah, it is bigger than you think it is. Like Jesse said, it's 3 feet high. And this is full scale, just like the one that was on Flight 5. Now, it is hard to follow Mechazilla, but I do have one better. Bananas have been used for quick visual comparisons for quite some time, and our teammates thought it was time to bring the venerated yellow fruit to Starship.
Today, we're flying Starship's first ever physical payload, which is, as you might have guessed, is a banana.
No
That's
way.
a live view inside Starship, and if you look closely, you can see our stuffed banana payload, which is doubling as today's zero gravity or zero-G indicator. And while this payload will remain inside the vehicle at all times and will not be deployed today, it did give us a chance to do a test run of payload approval processes with the FAA. And that's something that we're hoping to do next year if we start flying our first Starlink satellites on Starship. Godspeed, banana.
Godspeed, banana.
Some additional size for context, you can see on your screen a Starlink Mini next to a banana for scale. And to get an even better sense of how big Starship is, let's take the average size banana next to the average size human, which is about 2 meters high. Towering over our average human is the length of the Millennium Falcon, which comes in at 35 meters. Our Falcon 9 rocket with the payload fairing attached is double the size of the Millennium Falcon at 70 meters, and nearly twice the size of that is the fully integrated Starship at 121 meters tall. The ship is about 50 meters, and the Super Heavy booster alone stands 71 meters tall. And we do have plans to make the ship and booster even taller in the future.
And yeah, it might be hard to imagine that because it's pretty big already. Now, Starship's first stage has a diameter roughly 2.5 times that of Falcon 9. And as you can see on your screen, with 33 much larger Raptor engines. I love this view. This is looking up at the aft end of Starship there at the engine bay. Now, moving up the rocket, the ship features 6 Raptor engines, 3 sea levels and 3 vacuum engines, which are optimized to operate in the vacuum of space. The ship is designed for vertical takeoff and landing on any hard surface, like the surface of the moon, for example. This ship is also outfitted with 4 flaps to help aerodynamically control the vehicle's attitude during atmospheric flight and enable a precision landing.
To reach full reusability, the ship must survive re-entry not just once, but multiple times. It took the teams at SpaceX about 3 years to develop the heat shield on Starship, and development for improvements is still ongoing. The ship's heat shield is composed of thousands of hexagonal ceramic tiles designed to insulate the vehicle during atmospheric entry, where temperatures can be as high as 2,600 degrees Fahrenheit or over 1,400 degrees Celsius. The tiles are something we iterate on every flight test as we build towards a heat shield requiring no refurbishment between flights to unlock rapid reuse.
And the teams have actually already begun testing the heat shield tiles in environments simulating Mars atmospheric entry conditions, which we'll see more of in just a few minutes. You know, slightly different than coming back to Earth.
Just slightly different. And in between the first and second stages is our hot stage, which we saw in action on flights 2, 3, 4, and 5. So let's recap that last flight to understand what we accomplished and how that's changing for today's flight.
Yes, the banana
On
will
October
freeze.
13th, Starship successfully lifted off at 7:25 a.m. Central Time from Starbase, Texas. A gorgeous sunrise ascent that was fairly quickly followed by the hot stage separation maneuver, which we see here, as well as on multiple previous Starship flights. The booster then performed a flip maneuver, boostback burn, and then we jettisoned that hot stage, which you see there.
Beautiful.
The booster then performed its boostback burn, which brought it back on a trajectory to the launch tower, back to the Gulf Coast. We can see here the booster descending through the Earth's atmosphere. It broke the sound barrier again as it was coming back through. Those Raptor engines relit, and then the moment that made us all lose our minds, the booster came back for a successful first ever catch by the chopstick arms back at the exact same launch tower that it launched from. It was insane.
Incredible.
As you can see, we all went bananas. And you did too, probably. Thousands of distinct vehicle and pad criteria had to be met, and thanks to the tireless work of the entire Starship team, we succeeded on that first attempt.
And while that all was happening, ship was continuing to coast towards the Indian Ocean. It executed an excellent coast, made its way down through re-entry, relit its engines, did that flip maneuver, relit its engines for landing burn, and then splashed down into the Indian Ocean.
1 million
now that
viewers
whole
on X.
Flight
Incredible.
test concluded. That splashdown 1 hour, 5 minutes, and 40 seconds after launch.
Starship's fifth flight test was one of our most ambitious yet, and as we work to demonstrate techniques fundamental to Starship and Super Heavy's fully and rapidly reusable design.
And I think I speak for all of us when I say that seeing the catch for the first time was an extraordinary moment for the entire SpaceX team. We've seen a lot of wild firsts here, but that was truly an epic moment in time.
Yeah, we're not forgetting that anytime soon. Certainly one in the history books. Now, today's mission profile is very similar to Flight 5, but there are some differences that we've incorporated as we prepare for future reuse. About 20 minutes from now, Super Heavy will ignite its 33 Raptor engines and lift off from Starbase. About 2.5 minutes into flight, the booster will separate from the ship in a hot stage separation, and we've seen that occur on multiple flights, including Flight 2, 3, 4, and 5. About 2 seconds after that burns, we'll jettison that hot stage. The booster will perform its flip and boostback maneuver. And we will once again look to return the booster to the launch site for a catch by the tower's chopstick arms. And once again, we will only attempt that if both the booster and tower are healthy after launch. We were successful last time, but we should emphasize that this process is still very new. And this is still just a test, so success is very far from guaranteed today. It's always a possibility that we'll lose the vehicle. It's a contingency that we always plan for.
Yeah, exactly. Now, while the booster is doing its job, the ship's 6 engines will remain lit for a few minutes before shutting down and then going into the coast phase. The ship will coast for a total of about 40 minutes or so, reaching a peak altitude of approximately 213 kilometers. Now, one additional objective for this flight during coast is an in-space burn using one of ship's Raptor engines. Doing a burn while in space will build confidence that we can do deorbit burns, which is a key capability for upcoming orbital missions. Now, after the coast phase, the ship will attempt a controlled re-entry, and if ship makes it all the way down, we'll once again perform a flip and landing burn before splashing down in the Indian Ocean.
Yeah. Now, there are some notable changes to our entry plans for this flight, and they will intentionally push the ship to, and very likely beyond, its limits. This includes several thermal protection upgrades and operational changes as we prepare for future ship catch and reuse. Today's flight test will also test new secondary thermal protection materials, and entire sections of the heat shield has actually been removed in certain areas. And on top of all of that, we're going to fly the ship at an aggressive angle of attack once it's moving slower than the speed of sound.
Now, this means we'll be flying nose down instead of our usual belly flop orientation during final descent. This will no doubt stress the limits of the flap's ability to maintain control, but it will be a chance to get real flight data on what our limits actually are.
So to put it as bluntly as possible, do not be surprised if this is not a smooth flight to splashdown today. We are intentionally looking for how far we can push and discover the vehicle's true limits as we plan for future ship return and catch.
They want to break it.
Even though ship recovery is not expected today, the telemetry and data we receive all the way to the end is what we're looking for and what will help us get to a rapidly reusable Starship of the future.
Now, just like Flight 5, one of our objectives for Flight 6 is attempting to return the booster to the launch site to be caught by the tower. The booster for this flight has upgrades to add redundancy across its propulsion system, increase the structural, as well as increasing the structural strength in a few spots. We've also implemented a few changes across both ship and tower to try and speed up the post-catch timeline. Returning vehicles to the launch site leverages the same hardware that we use for stacking ahead of flight, making our infrastructure multi-purpose. And in order for us to achieve that rapid reusability that we keep talking about, we need a quick turnaround. And you can't get much faster than returning the launch vehicle right back there to where it needs to launch from again.
Exactly. In this video, you can see our original render of booster catch alongside the actual footage of catch from Flight 5. This
you can see
video
how much more
is just
conservative
mind-blowing to see
the animation actually was.
Predicted versus
Look at the
reality.
final approach.
And just like the last flight for today's booster catch, there are thousands of criteria that need to be met in order to proceed with catch. Automated checks have to indicate we have a healthy booster and a healthy tower, and the flight director must issue a manual command, which is informed by manual checks from the flight control team.
In the
if this command is not sent prior to the completion of the boostback burn, or if automated health checks show unacceptable conditions with Super Heavy or the tower, the booster will default to a trajectory that takes it to a landing burn and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
I remember when we first heard the call out that tower was go for catch on Flight 5, and wow, I still get goosebumps when I think about that moment. Now, for today's test, just like Flight 5, we're only going to catch if everything on the booster and the tower checks out after launch. As always, we accept no compromises when it comes to the safety of the public and our team. And so to that end, the area around the pad and the flight path are cleared in advance.
A lot of things have to go right in order to line up the booster catch. So if all criteria is met, we will attempt to catch, but there is a chance that we may not. Either way, we'll be getting tons of in-flight data, which is extremely valuable.
Exactly. That first catch was pretty epic, though. So like you, we'll be keeping our hopes high to see another one this afternoon. Now, Dan, you got to see it in person last time.
Fully fueled now.
Are you mentally prepared for a possible round 2?
I mean, probably not. That was pretty hands down the coolest thing I've ever seen. And the fact that we're going to do that every time now breaks my brain a little bit, but it was absolutely incredible. One of the unique aspects with Super Heavy coming back is it does generate a sonic boom. This is something commonly associated with reusable spacecraft. It's coming in faster than the speed of sound and then slowing down. It creates that pressure wave that builds up. And then when it reaches you on the ground, that rapid change in pressure is that quick thunderclap sound that you hear. Now, generally the only effect is that thunderclap sound. But if you're not expecting it, it's definitely going to get your attention. And we were able to hear it last time. The impact of, or how loud it is, changes pretty dramatically. And in this video, you can see as we were descending, and there was kind of that quick triple pop that you heard. Now that was picked up from closer to the pad. Most people at our distance and further away, you're only going to hear one or two as they're happening kind of so on top of each other that it might just sound like one big bang. But as I said, that's something that's only associated with spacecraft being reused. We hear it with Falcon 9. We heard it during Shuttle, and looking forward to hopefully hearing it today. Just a quick status check, though. We're about 85% full on ship, almost 2/3 of the way full on booster, continuing to count down about 13.5 minutes, a little under that, until we lift off today. But still looking good. I'll check back in with you guys in a few minutes. Back over to Jesse and Kate.
Thanks, Dan.
Nice.
Yeah, I think Dan said it really well when it really does hurt the brain to think that this is going to be the norm, that this is just the beginning. Yeah. Every one of these flights is a step closer to a fully operational Starship that will take us beyond Earth orbit. And with our pace of rapid iteration here, the Moon and Mars are not nearly as far in the future as you may think. In fact, we're planning to send Starships to Mars as soon as 2026.
Yes.
which is when the
Come
next
on,
Mars
show us the
transfer window
tiles.
opens, which is under 2 years from now. Now, you might be familiar with the Starlink logo, which you see there on your screen. It's an iconic representation of the Mars transfer orbit, also called the home and transfer orbit. This transfer window, or the time between the time when Earth and Mars are closest to each other, opens every 26 months and is only open for about 2 to 3 months at a time for a vehicle with Starship's power.
Lining up a launch to Mars is similar to how we launch to the International Space Station, where we time the launches to match the station's orbit. If we didn't do this, we would need more propellant and more time to get there.
So the first opportunity we have to fly Starships to Mars, we plan to go for it. These first flight tests to Mars will be uncrewed and will test the reliability of landing in tech. If those landings
Imagine
go
the live
well, the first crewed flights will soon follow after that.
Right now, our flight tests are focused on proving out reusability of both Super Heavy and Starship. In 2025, we'll continue that focus while also potentially flying our first Starlink missions and demonstrate capabilities central to our role in taking astronauts to the moon as part of NASA's Artemis program. Starship will be used to land astronauts on the lunar surface on NASA's Artemis 3 mission, which will put the first humans on the moon since 1972.
One key
Crazy stuff.
capability will be the ability to refuel Starship on orbit, which you can see there on your screen, with a Starship prop tanker docked with a fuel depot. Next year, we're planning to test this capability by launching 2 Starships and having them meet
fuel
up
depot.
to transfer tons
Here
of
we go,
cryogenic
confirmed.
propellants. Now, when the time comes to land on the moon, Starship will link up with NASA's Orion spacecraft in lunar orbit, where astronauts will transfer over for their descent. Now, once on the lunar surface, they'll ride the elevator down in their Axiom EMU spacesuits from Axiom Space and leave the first footprints on the moon in more than half a century, kickstarting
cannot
humanity's
wait
mission
for
to
it.
establish a sustainable presence there. And coming soon to a moon base alpha near you,
Look at this.
Starship Enterprise Edition.
That is so exciting, and all the
This is
advancements
incredible,
that are
and
gonna
those were
come
new
in order
renders. We are going to
enable all of
dissect
that.
those.
Now, our rapid iterative development approach has been the basis for all of SpaceX's
10 minutes
major
to go, by the
innovative
way.
advancements, including Falcon, Dragon, and Starlink. Today, we're testing hardware and systems, and we need to know how they perform under the most extreme conditions. And what's more extreme than the flight environment? We'd much rather find the bugs and limits now during testing than later on when there's more on the line.
And to reiterate, while we do determine an acceptable level of technical risk on our vehicle and pad to learn as fast as possible, we accept no compromises when it comes to the safety of the public or our team. So all of that to say, this is only the 6th of many future flight tests of Starship before it becomes fully operational.
And we tend to do our
already,
testing
like-
out in the open, just like today. And that means people sometimes see when our hardware doesn't perform as we planned during that testing. And that's okay, because this is exactly what we are testing for, to physically see if hardware performance matches what we expect it to do or not. Even more with today's test flight, where we're purposefully pushing the ship beyond its limits.
Starship development is also being aided by Starlink space-based connectivity. You might remember the Starlink panels that are incorporated into Starship, and you can see them there on your screen, those rectangular panels on Starship's nose cone. Starlink brings us the epic views in space and on re-entry, and also helps deliver us critical flight data engineers need to continue development.
Yeah, Starlink continues to help us push the limits in space in the short term by providing great views and real-time data on our next few flights, particularly through re-entry, which spaceflight veterans know that is historically a period of blackout for all communications within spaceflight.
Yeah, not so much
Outside
with
of
SpaceX.
Starship, Starlink has helped people across the globe, particularly in rural and remote areas that have been underserved by traditional broadband internet.
Yeah, and soon, Starship will deploy our next generation Starlink satellites, which will continue to increase our capability to connect even more people with high-speed internet all around the world and beyond. Now, as we continue to prepare for our next several flight tests, we recently performed a cryo-proof test of the Starship for Flight 7, our first operation with a vehicle debuting a number of major milestones. The ship has been stretched to make room for larger propellant tanks, increasing the propellant capacity from 1,200 tons to 1,500 tons. The forward flaps also got a redesign. They have shrunk in size and they also shifted in location. And both of these things will help better protect them during entry heating while still providing control. There's also a wide range of upgrades that will make the vehicle more reliable, adding redundancy to and the ability to operate for longer durations in space.
One unique aspect of a trip to Mars are the different conditions ship will see when entering the Martian atmosphere. Now, it's difficult to simulate Mars's atmosphere when re-entering on Earth, so we've been testing a variety of heat shield materials inside a specialized plasma jet chamber at the University of Illinois Urbana-Champaign, where we're able to more closely simulate Mars's 95% carbon dioxide atmosphere.
Aside from looking awesome, this is important testing. The intense heat of entry will cause the CO2 to break down into its base elements, exposing Starship to atomic oxygen, which increases surface heating and can cause materials to oxidize or start to break down. Spacecraft entering over Mars encountered more than twice the amount of atomic oxygen at their peak when compared to Earth, and that is certainly a unique challenge. As we continue to test, we'll learn more about what makes a great heat shield for Mars. All right, now that we're heading into the final minutes of the countdown, let's go back to Dan for the latest on the ground there at Starbase.
South Padre.
Hey, Kate, afraid I have nothing but good news for you. We have a go from our range safety team. We are a little over 90% full on ship, almost 85% full on booster, and not tracking any holds to an on-time liftoff. So we've got about 3 more minutes of prop load. As long as the range stays clear, we don't trip any other holds. We might blow right past that T-minus 40-second mark and lift off right at the top of our window.
6 minutes to go, everybody.
4 p.m. Central. So toss it back to you guys one more time. But fun part about to start, we are, a little under 6 minutes away from launch.
All right, so we are continuing to progress now at 5 minutes and 43 seconds until liftoff. Now, once we pass the T-minus 40-second mark, a number of events are going to occur in rapid succession. The ground spin and ignition systems will come up to flight pressure, and the ship will go on to internal power.
And then after that, the quick disconnect, or what we call the QD arm lockout, is removed in preparation for retraction shortly after T0. And once we pass the T-minus 40-second mark, we still have the ability to recycle the count under certain conditions back to T-minus 40 seconds, and then hold there to assess what happened and if we can proceed again to T0.
Exactly. However, once the water for the deflector system begins flowing at T-minus 10 seconds, any issue after that would be an automatic scrub for the day, as the teams would need to refill the deflector's water tanks as well as the propellant storage tanks over at the tank farm before we're able to make another attempt.
Now, it is just so unbelievable that it's just been only a little over a month, and we are just a few minutes away from Flight 6. The crowd here is building up. We've got a much larger crowd here than when we were launching at 4 or 5 in the morning out here. So very exciting to have an afternoon launch to have all the employees here.
Exactly. Now, just as a reminder, that T-minus 40-second hold, if we opt
There's
to
a
use
banana in there.
Everything is still potentially go for launch. So nothing to be worried about there. At that point, basically up until T-minus 40 seconds, all aborts are just holds. This would allow the team to wait for final checkouts to assess propellant levels, engines, avionics, vehicle pressurization, range, weather. Occasionally we've had shrimp boats lingering in the past, but that doesn't sound like that is the case today.
Yeah, not today. No shrimp boats, which is great. Everything so far is looking good. Please. We're getting really excited here, just a few minutes away. We're going to go back, send it over to Dan in Starbase. How's it going, Dan?
It is still going great. Just coming up on about 3.5 minutes away, so we should be done with our prop load on ship momentarily. Then about 30 seconds later, we'll close out on booster. Our flight control team on board, or in the building just behind me, not on board. Some of them might wish they were on board. Flight control team in the building behind me, they're going to have a lot of work to do right after we lift off, as we still have a lot of manual checks that happen on the tower prior to the flight director, who's going to be Tristan Pierce again today, giving a manual command to bring the booster back to the launch site. And the tower did just incredibly well on the last flight. We didn't lose any of our required redundancy for a catch. So we're hoping to see that again today. A lot of the team, really putting armor on the tower, making all of those things work, played a huge role in making that catch possible.
There's the
and
banana.
Looking forward to
They
hopefully
even have a
seeing that
banana
happen
can.
again.
I love it.
And of course, sending our first payload to space. You can see the banana. It's very tightly secured, but I assure you it does have some room to float around. So once we're in a zero gravity environment, we should see our first Starship zero gravity indicator putting on a little bit of a show. And that's looking right in. That's where we're going to have Starlinks. That's our PEZ deployer. So getting its ride to space. So coming up on about 2.5 minutes, we are closing out on all of our prop load. Yep, just heard that our fill drains are starting to close. So that means we're no longer going to be flowing propellant into the booster and the ship. We're going to do what's called pushbacks. So all of that propellant in the ground systems is going to get pushed back to the tanks, clear out everything around the pad right before we light those 33 engines and take off. Just quick reminder, you're going to see fire start at the bottom. SpaceX. You're going to see the deflector start at about 10 seconds before launch.
1 minute and 45 seconds,
to help
everybody.
Dissipate all that heat, all that sound. And then the engine's starting up in 3 different groups. And then about a second after T0, we should see liftoff.
I am hanging in there.
About 2.5 minutes into the flight, a little bit longer, we'll see hot staging. And that's when we're going to be listening really close on those loops to see if we're going to be bringing the booster back for a catch today. Do always want to caution, it's never a guarantee. We've done this once. We'll see if we do it again. We're only going to do it if the booster and the tower are looking really good before we attempt to bring it back here. But coming up on a minute, not tracking any holds on the board right now. So as long as we don't have any last second things, which do happen.
Let me just say how fantastic this actually is, that SpaceX is
all right, Flight Director just confirmed
not tracking any issues.
1 minute.
They are just fueling it and launching it. The largest rocket in the world, and they want to catch it for the second time. They have a banana can
T-minus 40
in their payload bay, and we are going to see all this again. And I cannot wait. I cannot wait.
And we flew right through that.
No hold, no nothing. They're just doing this. Look at how sweet this goes.
Flight Director,
it's incredible.
All right, we're now T-minus 20 seconds until liftoff of Starship Flight 6.
All right, everybody who hasn't done it yet, on ignition, press the subscribe button. Very important. That gives the rocket extra
at the
thrust.
launch tower, as well as
10 seconds.
7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1.
It's moving! It is moving! Yes! Flight 6 on the way to space. Look at this go. So much confidence in their rocket design. It is just
Vehicle
incredible.
is pitching downrange.
Booster Raptor, chamber pressure nominal.
So much confidence. Look at this. 2 kilometers. 3 kilometers, no problem. Max Q approaching.
Booster and ship, avionics, power, and telemetry nominal.
This looks fantastic. Should have max Q any second now. They're doing it!
Again, just a little over a minute.
Max Q.
Dynamic pressure.
We're about
At 10 kilometers, got to remember that
6
for next
miles
time.
away, so all the sound's still hitting us here. Hearing good call
They are
outs,
doing
that
it.
Power telemetry nominal.
Everything's
That's
fine.
flying
Everything
straight
is just
through.
fine.
We do see all 33 Raptor engines lit
Yep.
up on telemetry screens. At this point, we've passed through that point of maximum
It is
aerodynamic pressure, that max
loud
Q.
on site. Unbelievably.
Now, coming up in just a little over a minute from now is going to be hot staging. So we're going to see the 6 engines on the ship ignite while still attached to the booster. Just before that, we'll see all but 3 center engines on the booster shut down. In what we call MECO, it's most engines cut off instead of main engine.
Yep.
And so while we continue to watch it go up, a lot of our flight controllers looking at all the systems around the tower. Again, we have to send a manual command.
It's unbelievable.
just about 30 seconds away from hot staging.
Everything looks just fine. All the engines have lit. Everything is performing just the way it should be. The booster is already down to like 15% fuel at this point, which gives you an idea of how much acceleration that booster gives the rocket. It's 2 minutes and 30 seconds into the flight.
And
it's about
the
to cut off its
tower
engines.
Is go for catch.
Booster engine
There you go.
The return flag
Sequential
is set
shutdown
for
of the
true.
engines.
Ship engine
And there you
startup.
go. Now we should see the hot staging ring.
Stage separation.
All right, hot staging confirmed.
Booster
6 out of
boost
6
back.
lit on the ship. Booster boost back going.
Beautiful.
We heard that we are go for catch.
Look at this.
Kate, Jesse, take out the views. Hopefully I got a booster coming home real soon.
This is
From
insane.
our view here, Dan, great views
Oh,
of
now
planet
let's
Earth
see the engines
behind
glow.
that super heavy booster. Right now it is performing the
Ship
boost
chamber
back
pressure
burn.
nominal.
Good news there, telling us that the pressures inside the ship are good. That is the second stage or the upper
Another
portion
very
of the
interesting
vehicle.
thing for this
Follow
flight.
along with the telemetry on the bottom of your screen.
Yeah,
How will
booster
the
is
engines fare?
currently, Super Heavy is currently in its boost back burn. This boost back
Ship
burn,
avionics, power, and telemetry nominal.
There you go.
this boost back burn
Jettison.
lasts just a little bit over a minute. So we've got a little, approximately 30 seconds left.
We've had shutdown of that boost back
Shutdown.
burn. Up next will be hot stage jettison.
Hot stage jettison coming up.
The
Yeah.
view from the camera on the left, or from the booster on the left-hand side of your screen, and then tracking cam there on the right-hand side of your screen.
What they
You'll
mean
see
by
those
hot
grid
stage
fins.
jettison
Booster
is that
offshore
ring.
divert.
You see that ring
And
is on
we can
top of the booster
also
normally
see
between
that
the ship
the,
and the booster,
hot stage
and it is
has
just there
been
to give the
Yes,
upper
visual
stage
confirmation
engines
of that there
a
on your
vent,
screen, which is
basically, so
great.
that they can ignite while
Now the
they're still
next-
Starship
attached.
is following a nominal
And
trajectory.
that's what you just saw fly away.
The next step for booster is
Live.
going into that landing burn. Again, it'll light up 13 of those engines and then pare down to 3 engines right before booster catch.
All right, now just real
That
quick,
hot
we did
stage
hear
ring,
the
by the way,
call
is
out.
just temporary.
Boost back,
That is
or
going to
excuse me,
disappear at some
booster
point again.
offshore divert. Unfortunately, that means that we are no-go for the catch. As we said before, both the tower and the vehicle, as well as the operators on console, have been actively evaluating the commit criteria for that return to the launch tower.
You were not good enough,
And
Booster
unfortunately, we did not have a pass on those commit criteria. So we are no-go
I am
for tower catch.
Really hoping.
And we
I'm
did
really
mention
hoping that they're going to tell
we're
us what the reasons
constantly
were.
evaluating the criteria for catch. There's a lot of things that need to go well in order to line that up. Unfortunately, today we will
And it shows
forego
that this
booster catch
isn't
today.
done
But
testing
what you're
yet.
seeing on your screen is ship currently making its way towards the Indian Ocean.
Gotta
Still
wait
looking
until the
good
next flight,
so
everybody.
far.
Exactly.
Stay tuned.
So views
Here
there
it comes.
of the booster on the left-hand side of your screen, views of the ship on the right-hand side of your screen.
Come on.
Now, we said before
Everybody is
that
upset
it was
about
not
no.
guaranteed
Well,
that we would be able to make
It's very important to make the
a
right
tower
decision.
catch
You do
today.
not want to
So
slam
while
this
we were
thing into
hoping
the
for
into
it, like
the
we
pad.
said, it was pretty epic on attempt 1, but the safety of the teams and the public and the pad itself are paramount. So we are accepting no compromises
Thanks for
in
watching
any of
with me,
those
everybody.
areas.
It's
Exactly,
a
and
blast
we're
to
still
watch with
going
you
to
guys.
get a lot
You're a
of
cool
good
crowd.
flight data with booster even, but especially with ship. Again, we have an
Here it
additional
comes.
objective today to do an in-space
You can see
relight
where
of
it
a
was
Raptor
supposed to
engine,
return
which again
to.
will
That's
help us
Starbase,
set
right-
us up
right there.
for being able to do deorbit burns, which is
Ship chamber pressure is nominal.
which is important for orbital flights. And what you're seeing on your screen
Now
is
you're
a
going to
view
be even
from
more upset
Super
if it
Heavy
performs
as
a
it's making
perfect
its
landing.
way back down to Earth.
Yeah, once again, we are attempting an offshore landing of the Super Heavy booster. So we
Look
have
at the
seen
engine
this
section
before, and it is still very fun to watching it come down for a soft splashdown off the Gulf Coast of Texas. We can see it there re-entering. We saw earlier those grid fins. There are 4 hypersonic grid fins. Or we can see that the
Those,
landing
the landing
burn
burn.
has begun on the Super Heavy
Oh,
booster.
you're going to be so upset if it does
Same
a perfect
pattern,
landing in
13
the water.
engines will light. Gone down to 3, just as we expected.
It's going towards the tower. It's between the chopsticks.
And what an incredible
And
view
it's
of
caught.
splashdown that we got today.
Why?
Oh,
Why
super
did you
heavy.
not give Booster
Yeah,
13 a
I'm
chance?
sure the buoy cam
I really want to know
views
what
will be
the
pretty
criteria
awesome
were.
once again. So we'd like to confirm a water landing once again for the Super Heavy booster. Congrats to the SpaceX team for making that milestone as well. Now, ship continues to look good. We can see that it is, while all of that was happening, the crowd here in Hawthorne continuing to react to all these amazing views that we're getting. The next milestone is...
Starship is in terminal guidance.
Great news there. Starship terminal guidance, referring to what we see here on our screen, the upper stage, at about 8 minutes 35 seconds or so, we have ship engine cutoff, which will be the cutoff of the Raptor engines.
Wow. We have a banana in space,
We can see
everybody.
on our screen ship giving us some incredible views brought to us by Starlink. This view is also very interesting because we can see basically the receding tile line that we referred to earlier, where we mentioned we have removed a number of heat shield tiles in order to test out and push the envelope on the ship and demonstrate what its capabilities are.
Ship engine cutoff.
And there we just heard call out for SECO, ship engine cutoff. Great news there. Everything
And
continuing
we are
to
in
look
space.
awesome for ship.
Full view looking aft on ship here.
Ship FTS is saved.
If you're wondering what's flying around there, that's very
Nominal
likely
orbit
ice.
insertion.
There's that call
There
out
you
we
go.
were waiting for. Confirmation of good orbital
Banana has
insertion
made it to
for
space.
ship today.
On board ship.
It has been a very exciting afternoon so far. We'd like to send it back over to Dan, who can give us that live view experience. Dan, once again, are you okay after witnessing another Starship launch?
Yeah, totally fine. You guys have to be jealous. This is the only way to do this. This is fantastic. No, it was really cool to see a liftoff, 33 out of 33. Didn't go for the booster catch today. Initially, we were good, and then we tripped a commit criteria and did the offshore divert. So we went and did that water landing, as everybody saw. We'll dig into it a little bit more, but again, we've done it once, we've now done it twice. We're going to keep trying to do it, as this is just a core capability of Starship.
That's
and
what
what's
this is
going to make
about.
it so
Exactly.
incredible. There's a lot left. We're just about almost 10 minutes into this flight, so about 50 plus minutes still to go. Ship nominal orbit, so it's on its way around the planet. It's going to attempt to do an in-space burn. We're going to light one of those Raptor engines, the sea level ones in the middle, just to help demonstrate that we can relight in that microgravity environment. Really critical for deorbit burns as we start to do some orbital missions in the not too distant future. And then following that, we'll see a ship entry, maybe a splashdown. As you guys said, we're really going to be pushing ship on this one. We're pretty much intentionally putting it in places where we expect it might not do so great. And all that's to try and help us learn, see if we were a little too conservative. And then maybe that opens up more capability for when we start catching them. But I'll check back in with everybody in a little bit. I'm going to tune in and watch the ship fly around planet Earth. And hopefully we see it re-entering in the not too distant future. Back over to you guys.
Thanks, Dan. Development testing, by definition, is unpredictable, which we saw with Super Heavy splashing down in the Gulf of Mexico today, but that is exactly why we test. As is standard for these tests, the area around the pad and along the flight path was cleared prior to launch, and we expect the road and beach to remain closed until further notice.
Yeah, testing development flight hardware in a flight environment is what enables our teams to quickly learn and execute design changes and hardware upgrades to improve the probability of success in the future. Please do not attempt to approach the booster in the water for your safety as well as for that of our team that will be working on recovery. Now, we are going to continue,
Very
though.
important.
The mission is not done.
Don't poke the booster.
Exactly. The mission's not over. Ship is still coasting. But it has been nonstop since liftoff, and with the booster having completed its job for the day, we are going to take a short break for the next 35 minutes or so while ship continues to coast before re-entry. Now, as
Actually,
with
30
previous
minutes.
flights, Starlink may enable us to talk to the ship through re-entry with no communication blackout. Now we are still testing Starlink during this phase of flight, so nothing is completely certain.
Yeah, so if we do have views,
beautiful.
we will be sure to bring those to you live. And of course, one of those views include that of our, as we said before, surprise payload, the banana. And we are looking forward to it. So we're going to come back in a few minutes, around T plus 35 minutes.
Yeah, exactly. Views or no views, we'll see you back here at T plus 40 minutes for our coverage of Starship's re-entry, flip maneuver, landing burn, and hopefully see a splashdown.
So, will Banana survive? Banana hype, 69%. Banana split, 30%. So far, Banana is still alive. We've just seen Starship Flight 6 launch. Unfortunately, the booster did not perform as it did on Flight 5. I am very, very curious to see what the criteria were that weren't met. I really hope that somebody at SpaceX, if you're listening in right now, that you give us some clues as to what the problems were. This is super interesting. And it's also a good example for, this is testing. That's what I said before the launch. Just because we had a catch on the last one, that doesn't mean that you're going to have a catch on this one or the next one, and so on and so forth. So they're actively testing this, and this is a good example. And the Block 2 boosters are actually still a bit away, but the Block 2 ships are coming. So we're entering a 30-minute coast phase right now, where the banana is probably going to be relaxed, swinging in its gigantic payload bay. This is SpaceX, everybody. This is amazing. Nobody else does this kind of stuff. Just to make sure, even though they didn't catch the booster on this one, this is groundbreaking stuff, and I'm absolutely happy that I watched this together with you guys. You're an amazing crowd. I've been reading the chat. That's why I was smiling and laughing all the time. Thank you so much for watching this together with me. If you haven't done so yet, and you're still watching, give us a like on the stream, subscribe to the channel, consider becoming a patron. It's essential for us. You might have noticed that we're not doing that much sponsored commercials on our episodes anymore. Part of the reason is because we got more patrons. So if you become a supporter, an active supporter, either a patron or a YouTube channel member, which works just fine as well, you support us with extra money, and that enables us to do so much more. So if you do appreciate our banana stuff we're doing here today, please do consider becoming a supporter, a channel member, a patron, or even a subscriber in X, which does basically the same thing. We're in a coast phase now. The next thing after the end of that coast phase is the Raptor in space relight demo, which is going to be at 37 minutes and 46 seconds. So that gives us a little bit less than 20 minutes left on that. There you go. There's the timeline. I am going to take a short break here because I literally ran into the studio and started streaming. So give me a moment. I'm Banana Cam. I just love this so much. This is so SpaceX. I'm really, really hoping that that banana is going to survive until touchdown. So I'm going to take a 10-minute break here. Stay with us. This isn't over yet. The banana is still there, and we want to see that thing re-enter. So put your favorite music on, send us a super chat or a membership. Thank you so much for doing that. And I'll be back in around 10-ish minutes. Thank you very, very much.
Alrighty, so I am back. We are both back while Felix is taking a quick break. So the main thing we're waiting for now is the in-space Raptor relight demo, which is going to be awesome. The first thing we're going to do, though, is look back at... Oh, wow, that is a beautiful shot. So, yeah, we are going to be... It's in darkness right now, but we are going to be doing a landing during the daytime, which will be really cool. But we did a launch during the daytime too, so let's do a quick
Let's just watch a replay of that launch.
Yeah, we had our own cameras too as well, so you're gonna get a ton of good footage of that. Alrighty. It was another incredible launch. I mean, this rocket is something else.
Yeah, it was pretty cool. Kind of sad they didn't do the catch, but they did look pretty solid again. Didn't have any failed Raptors or anything. So
yeah, which is, and it's kind of surprising they didn't do the test. I'm curious what the reason was. The most likely reason is just some valve somewhere just didn't work, and or it just showed some weird reading. All right, and T-minus 3 seconds, and there's the light. And liftoff. Jeez, the flame under that thing. 33 Raptor engines so cool. Is just ridiculous. The amount of thrust that rocket has. It's a lot. I mean,
also just how long that flame is. If you just the flame is like 3 times the length of the whole rocket. Like, wow.
Yeah, and I'm curious what the rocket plus the flame, that's got to be like taller than the Empire State Building at that point, honestly. I'm curious what the full length is, because I think the flame is like roughly 2 times the length of the rocket itself. So
pretty high.
Yeah.
Can't hold the whole thing then, yeah.
And all 33 lit. We'd had some problems on Flight 4 where it had a bad engine on liftoff. We'd had all 33, and then Flight 4 broke that streak, but looks like Flight 5 and 6 were perfectly back to normal. So that's a pretty good sign. All 33 went off perfectly, and hot staging, and it all went perfectly. I'm curious if we'll get a reason to why it didn't end up landing.
I would guess it's just like some parameter that was probably like close to being correct, and then it just went out of the correct parameters.
Yeah.
So
Flight 5, because we did hear the problem. We did hear a small leak of information when Elon Musk shared some gameplay footage. He also shared some engineering background because there was a briefing that was going on, and in that they revealed that the booster actually almost aborted for the last flight. So similar to this one, but it would have hit the ground as opposed to hitting the water, which is what it did this time. And they basically revealed during the engine reignition, one of the turbines wasn't quite spinning fast enough. So it wasn't going to start. It was just off a little bit timing wise. And that almost triggered an abort. And it's likely something like that happened again for this one. Just some small issue, which actually wouldn't have been a problem, but just ended up triggering an abort anyways. So it's unfortunate, but everything up to that went well. Everything after that went well too. It splashed down. It did its job.
Yeah, we just saw hot staging on the replay, by the way.
Yeah, beautiful hot staging.
All looked pretty good. I'll just skip through a bit. Yeah, we just heard Felix is back as well. I'll just skip through to the landing part of the booster real quick. If I have it on here, so maybe it's also on the second file. It looks like it's on the next file. So we'll wait until Felix is back with that. All right.
And
All right, everybody. What did we just see? Here's Banana Cam again. This is the most incredible thing to happen in November in spaceflight for sure. Even though we didn't have a catch, this was a solid performance. And I'm telling you, if they would have made the call to catch it, whatever reason they had not to try, that booster looked like it would have done it. That looked like a nominal landing. You could see the swing over to the catch arms, and you could see it sit down on the catch arms as well. Just imagine a tower having been there out at sea. It would have been caught. So there must have been some reason, some value, some sensor acting up, being out of its target range. And that made them give the call. I want to bring back Nathan real quick here, because what we saw about that lunar lander was pretty epic. If you want to take the lead here, Nathan.
yes. All right, let's see if we can get that back up on screen as well, because SpaceX, we got the actual live stream renders, but SpaceX also did tweet about it.
Oh, nice. I haven't even seen that yet.
Yep. They tweeted all 4 pictures that they showed. And the 2 main ones you can see are, of course, so we got 2. We not only got the lunar lander variant, but we also got the refueling variant. So let's actually start with the refueling variant, because that's probably the one we're going to end up seeing first.
Yes.
Timeline wise.
Is it ship 26? Is it ship 26?
Is it ship 26? Yes. Let it be ship 26.
It might be. I doubt it, but
I wouldn't. We do have some information.
Yes.
Our photographer managed to talk with some people working on it, and they basically confirmed ship 26 is just a test article.
Yes.
However,
that's what I thought.
They may use it as a test article for fueling, maybe they will. Like, at the very least, they might use it as a ground test hardware. That would be cool.
I would be so surprised if that thing would actually go to orbit. It's for everybody who doesn't know about ship 26, it's the most mysterious Starship there's ever been. The thing started out as a normal Starship, and it was and then it was built without flaps. It was modified. It had stringers added. It's what we call in Germany a Wolpertinger. I don't know the English term for that. That is something that it's an animal being put together with parts from other animals, making up this new creation.
Chimera.
See, there you go. That's what ship 26 is. So keep going about the I didn't want to.
Yeah. So I got a little sidetracked. I need to go a little quicker, because we are still waiting on the
We're going for a re-entry.
relight.
Yes.
So the in-space relight of the Raptor engine is the next thing we're looking forward to. But once they do that, they'll be able to start putting ships in orbit. And once they can do that, they can start testing refueling. So we've seen now the refueling ship, and that will. So they've got the white paint. That's clearly some sort of thermal insulation. And they're obviously, if they're going to have a dedicated tanker on orbit, they're going to probably launch it completely empty, and the majority of that mass will instead be taken up by insulation, essentially, because you want to make sure those fuels are kept nice and cool. And you can see in the render they provided also a refueling tanker ship, which Musk did share a little bit about, and we're going to be sure to subscribe, because we're going to go very in depth on this in some upcoming episodes, because we've
very much looking forward to it.
Tons of information over the last few days. Musk has been tweeting, Shotwell has been tweeting. There's been a ton of stuff, and we are just going to do a complete deep dive onto that, because
like and subscribe.
Some of the next tests so it's what we're going to be looking forward to very, very soon. And then
onwards to the moon. I still can't.
Yeah, those beautiful renders. So we can see now that they have from what it appears, they've completely ditched solar panels, which we did kind of already know this thanks to some very, very poor, like some very pixelated renders.
We made the best of it.
Yeah, and we made the best of it. We saw that they didn't have any solar panels, and we actually do have some renders which are very similar to the ships you can see now. And we can also see they have beefed up those landing thrusters again. So you can see about halfway up, there's a black ring. Those are landing thrusters, and those need to be higher so they don't stir up a bunch of regolith. The last render showed a bunch of very tiny ones. These are much closer to the original renders where they're larger. And
you can see it has a lot more windows than I expected as well.
Yeah, so that's for the later variants. You can see for the initial ones, it does still have windows though. You can tell the initial ones are going to be very bare bones.
Yep.
But those later ones are definitely going to be a lot more put together, and I mean it's going to be incredible to see. I mean, you can tell SpaceX has been putting a lot more work into it. These are definitely nicer renders, but you can expect this to be much closer to their final design. They've been narrowing it down. They need to start building this over the next year. I will probably see one of these prototypes rolled out of a star factory in the next few months even, especially for like the initial hardware, because they need to start getting on that if they want to meet some of the deadlines. Albeit the deadlines are probably going to get pushed back because of other issues around timelines with the other parts of the Artemis program.
That is spaceflight. That's just the way it is.
Yeah, that is just the way it is, but they do need to...
I've heard a lot of rumors about SLS actually being canceled.
Yeah,
so,
there's been a ton of that.
A lot of things might change in the near future about the Artemis program, and a lot of those things make a lot of sense as well. Again, to those who are SLS fans, if they're around in the crowd, don't despair. I've seen Artemis 1. It was an absolutely amazing launch. It was one of the most spectacular launches I've seen in my life. But the cost is the problem. It's just way too expensive, and with a Starship you can do this. You can do the same thing way cheaper. You can actually do way more with it as well. So it shows that non-reusable rockets, SLS might actually be the last one of those traditional giant non-reusable rockets. It doesn't make much sense. Not if you can reuse them. Simple thing. Yes, absolutely. Go ahead. So Sean has taken a picture of the launch, and we just want to take a quick look at this. These kinds of pictures are on our store. As you can see, it's already there. These are museum quality prints. They fund what our photographers do. Sean is an artist. He does real film photography out there. He even has a Polaroid camera out there going completely crazy on the artistic aspect. And these two, Jordan and Sean, are doing an amazing job. Every time you buy one of these pictures, a huge amount of the revenue coming out of that sale goes directly to the photographers. If you want to support these guys, the best thing you can do is put a beautiful picture of these launches on it somewhere in your house. You're directly supporting them. So as you can see, the thing is completely filled. You can see on the left side there is a picture from the helicopter as well. Last flight we were up with the helicopter. This flight as well again. So look forward to the pictures and videos of that as well. As far as I know, besides SpaceX, that those are the only aerial views you can actually get, because no one does this crazy stuff as we do, apparently. So yeah, again, if you want to support the photographers directly, buy one of those prints. You can find them on our website, of course. If you go to our website and you go to store, you'll find What About It print store as well. Store.whataboutit.com. I got the link again. So we're looking at the shop.whataboutit.com. There you go. So we're looking at the banana cam, which I still can't believe it actually happened. This thing must be solid frozen at this point, but it's going to get warm soon. In about 4 minutes, SpaceX should be trying the first Raptor in space relight ever in the history of spaceflight. If that works out, is going to open up orbit for Starship. That's why they're doing this. And after that, we're in for the hot phase. So every time I stream these Starship launches, I'm confused as to how many people drop out as soon as the rocket is launched. They're missing out. So stay tuned. We are about to see a Starship re-enter. As you can see, the banana cam was a really, really good thing. I gotta give SpaceX that. Okay, so while we are still waiting for that Raptor relight in space, I'm going to try to answer a few more questions that you guys had. So if we can bring those up again. We have Samuel Everson. Thank you so much for the super chat. Hey, Felix, I am a longtime fan of the channel from Britain. Do you know if SpaceX still plans to create an 18-meter diameter Starship, or do you think it was substituted for the new Block 3? Much love. So first of all, much love to Britain from Florida. The 18-meter Starship was never confirmed. It was rumors, and it largely comes from the BFR and the Interplanetary Transport System, the ITS, that was before Starship. Those had larger diameters, and it might be that SpaceX changes the diameter again, because it would actually be more efficient if it had a larger diameter, especially with the Block 3 variant. If you build a rocket taller and taller, your efficiency goes down. So you want the diameter to be larger, actually. So they might at some point change that, but right now nothing points towards it. All their equipment is built for 9 meters diameter. So I would be surprised. Beautiful nighttime views here, by the way. It's traveling towards the, look at the, there is a thunderstorm going on there over the sea. Looks beautiful. So the ship is traveling to the daytime side right now. So it's traveling through the night, basically backwards, and then it'll land at daytime in the Indian Ocean. That's why it's in the night sky right now. This looks beautiful. Okay, so that's the 9-meter Starship, the 18-meter Starship. I don't see it happening anytime soon, and there is no confirmation whatsoever. So we have Joseph. Thank you so much for the super chat. Another Franciscana for the team. I remember that from last flight. Thank you so much for the Franciscana. I appreciate it very, very much. This is what keeps Y working. So thank you for all those super chats. We have Corey Steezy Cox. Thank you so much for the super chat. We have 1-1. Thank you so much for the super chat. Loving your work, Felix and team. Thank you, and much love from England. Much love back from Florida. We have ZZ Bloop, Blasty and Down. Thank you so much for the super chat. We have Big Bill. Thank you so much for the super chat. Thanks for all the great coverage. You're the best and funniest. I'm trying my best. It's not just me. There is an entire team working behind the scenes to give you all these episodes and the live streams as well. As you saw, I didn't make it in time, and so others instantly jumped in, even though it wasn't planned. That is the team. That is what About It is all about. That's where the heart beats. So thank you so much for supporting us in this crazy endeavor of bringing this news to the world. It still baffles me how I can even be in this kind of situation, to be able to talk to so many people about this. And so thank you. It's seriously much appreciated. Yep. So Relight is coming up in less than a minute. Let's switch to SpaceX's audio again, I guess.
In just about the next minute, should be under a minute now, away from that expected ship burn. And again, we've relit Raptors pretty frequently. We just did it with the landing burn and that boostback burn on the booster, and we've done it on ship landing burns. We just haven't done it in this microgravity environment where your propellant management and a lot of other things are different, as you're not weighed down by the force of Earth's gravity.
Come on.
And
just heard the call out for startup.
There it goes. That's it. That's all it took.
There's some light. There's that Raptor relit.
Boom.
And
done.
shut down.
Check mark. End of story. That's what they needed to prove.
There you have it. The first time ever lighting a Raptor while in outer space.
Very
other
nice.
than our ascent burn. So really cool to see that relit. That's a pretty critical capability that we're going to need when we're doing orbital missions in the not too distant future. So check another one off. That was a really cool That was an objective we really wanted to hit on this one, and so
Very important.
good to see ship knock that one out in orbit. But for now, we're going to coast for just a little bit longer, and then it'll be time for ship entry. So we'll get the usual light show as we return from
Starship is in entry
hypersonic
prep.
velocities. We're just starting
Starship is
to
going
do
to
the
entry
entry
prep.
prep for that, so we're going to get the flaps positioned.
Flaps are moving. Yep.
And then it's going to start taking the brunt of all of that heat as you're coming in from well in excess of 10,000 miles an hour. That's all going to build up a lot of heat as you're encountering an increasing atmosphere, building up that friction. And we're going to see how the tiles fare. We've also got some pretty cool tile experiments that we'll talk about in a little bit. But coming up real soon, ship re-entry, successful relight, and we'll start this entry part soon.
So re-entry is in about 10 minutes, or actually 8 minutes. I think we can shut down the music again real quick. So what you saw from this engine relight is exactly what I expected. This is not there to deorbit the Starship. As you saw, this was just a minimal amount of thrust, which helped it a little bit. It changed its trajectory, and it's going to, because of that, have a landing spot closer than further away. But that's basically it. It wasn't there to deorbit the Starship. The Starship would have deorbited just fine without it. This was just a test to see if the Raptor engine can do it. What is this color? Makes me nervous. Might be RCS, yeah. I hope it is. Oh, yeah, that might be. So this might actually be venting that we're seeing here. And because it's going into the sunrise, it is lit by the sun in this orange color tone. So I wouldn't be worried right now. This kind of looks like a venting to me. If it was anything other, we would already see problems appearing. So this might just be a venting before re-entry to get rid of some extra fuel, excess fuel that they have, because if the Starship doesn't make it through re-entry, you want it to you want that to happen with as little fuel as possible. So I'm going to try to do a few more questions while we are seeing this lovely plasma build up here, which is kind of already happening, or or it might be the sunrise still, but we'll see. We'll see it change slowly. So I'll go quickly through a few more of those. We have Sharp Ninja. It would be cheaper, safer, and easier to launch prop tanks to LEO than connect them directly to SS using the quick disk, one SS-sized tank per trip. I know what you're doing there, what you're suggesting there, but that's basically what SpaceX is going to do. So the fueling Starships are going to be a special variant that maximizes out on tank space and minimizes out on payload space, because for those, the payload basically is the fuel. So that's basically what they're already doing. But that's a great question. We have Sam Myers. Thank you so much for the super chat. No questioning, just adding my support. Thank you so much. This is exactly what we need the most to make the best content for you guys. So thank you. We have Matt Bro. Thank you for the super chat. Will SpaceX try to recover the Starship? Greetings from Germany. No. There are plans to recover one and drag it out to Australia. But as far as I know, it's not on this flight. It's out in the Indian Ocean. The place where they're landing them is really, really deep. So the ocean goes down 4,000, 5,000 meters at that place. It's a classic rocket graveyard. So the Starship lands, does its thing, sinks in, explodes, likely because of FTS trigger. It's still not confirmed, but I do think that's the only reason why a Starship would explode after all its engines are shut off. So I do think that is the FTS that's being triggered there, and then it sinks down to the bottom of the ocean. That's all that's happening. But yeah, I've heard rumors, or actually it wasn't even rumors, I think it was confirmed, but not for this flight, it's just for the future, that SpaceX is thinking about recovering one. And that depends likely on if their Starships, oh, look at the plasma buildup. If their Starships do, now comes that phase again. If their starships do perform, they are going to start catching them soon, and then they won't have to retrieve them anymore. But retrieving one before catching it would give them a lot of information. So, can we turn on SpaceX's audio real quick again to see if they're saying anything?
Starship is at 100 kilometers altitude. Good attitude for
100 kilometers.
entry.
And it is going down. So, as SpaceX said, this time they are doing a more aggressive re-entry angle, meaning you should see the altitude drop equally with the speed. What we saw in Flight 5, for example, was that the altitude stayed the same for a long time while the speed was going down. That is a very shallow angle. The Starship isn't really losing height. It's just losing speed because it's skimming the atmosphere until it goes into the deeper parts. This time they wanted to go into the deeper parts quicker, likely because they want to test. We had that on the stream earlier. Beautiful view here from the engine bay, with that little almost coral-like looking vent down there with the ice buildup. Yeah. Yes, we can do that. This is our aerial shot from today's launch. Again, this is on the print store. It is what's the link? shop.whataboutit.space. Maybe the moderators can post that into the chat as well. If you buy these prints, you are supporting the photographers directly. So it doesn't get better than this. Our helicopter, as I can see, was much higher this time. I am so going to drool over all these images. I hope we have some video as well. This looks beautiful, and these are the only ones that you can get besides of SpaceX, of course. They have something in the air, but we do too. So if you want to support the photographers, go get yourself a museum quality print. These are really, really fine. We made sure to have a good company to print those. You are not going to regret this. Thank you, Jonathan, for bringing this up again. This is a beautiful shot. Okay, we're on the flap cams here. Put SpaceX's audio on so that we don't miss anything that they're saying. What we're looking out for this time, okay, they're still just playing music as I hear. What we are looking for here right now is the tiles. You want to pay attention to the tiles. What we heard them say before is that they are testing Mars re-entries, and that is likely also the reason why they're doing a steeper. Yep. Why they're doing a steeper.
Welcome back to Starship's 6th test flight. It has been an exciting day so far. We lifted off from Starbase at 4 p.m. Central Time. The Super Heavy booster and ship had a successful separation, as well as a good boost back burn and good separation of the hot stage adapter. We did not attempt a return to the launch site and catch attempt today when strict criteria were not met, and the Super Heavy booster executed a planned divert to a landing burn and soft splashdown in the Gulf of Mexico.
Yeah, obviously we were hoping to come back to the tower, but this was a test and we knew that it was a very viable possibility.
Starship is at 85 kilometers. Flaps now have control of the vehicle.
Nice.
All right,
the atmosphere
great news
is dense
there,
enough
turning
for the
our
flaps
attention
actually to
over
make a
to
difference.
the star of the show here, giving us these amazing views once again. We heard the call out there telling us that the Starship vehicle is now 83 kilometers above, coming up around T plus, well, now actually, the ship, as you can see, is beginning to re-enter the Earth's atmosphere. As a reminder, one of the main goals of today's flight test is for the ship to make it through the extreme heat of re-entry and to do so in a controlled manner. Now, re-entry is typically a portion of flight where we don't have communication capability with the spacecraft because it's re-entering at or around orbital velocity, which is roughly 8 kilometers per second or about 5 miles per second. Now, at those speeds, yep, pretty fast. The spacecraft is moving through the atmosphere rather quickly, and that results in friction, as we can see that starting to happen on our screen, and this creates a plasma field around the vehicle. That blanket of plasma distorts communication frequencies, so it's not uncommon to experience brief blackouts in communication.
Not so at SpaceX. They're doing a Starlink feed, and this is incredible how they can even do this.
Starship
now
is
our banana
the peak heating phase of entry.
Yes, our banana is getting roasted.
And we
I
just
hope
heard
it's
we're
going to
getting
survive.
into the peak heating phase. We're getting these views courtesy of Starlink. We've got 4 different terminals on the ship itself. It's what's really allowed us to get real-time data during what's otherwise been just a mystery box, essentially, for spacecraft design, where when you're re-entering through the atmosphere, at least getting anything in real time hasn't ever been possible before. But we're able to not just get these views, but real-time telemetry from the ship as it's coming through. Do really want to stress that we are really pushing the ship today. The heat shield is not in the same configuration as it was last flight, where we had a team of ship
Much less
techs
tiles.
do just an otherworldly task, replacing the entire heat shield, thousands of tiles, installing a backup ablative, and that pretty much set us up to do a pinpoint landing on Flight 5. We did not do that with this one. We have some backup in those really sensitive areas around the flap, but this is an older generation heat shield. And knowing we weren't going to do that, we even went and removed some extra tiles. There are some missing tiles on the nose cone where we're testing some backups. There are some steel covered tiles in a couple of different spots. And there's also a whole lot more steel of the ship showing. As you guys talked about, we gave it a little bit of a haircut, a couple hundred tiles trimmed off the sides. And that's where we might have catch fittings in the future. But ooh, color's starting to come in.
We were right.
Looks like things are going to start heating up, Kate and Jesse.
Yeah, fun fact, Dan, we actually removed
So it is about to catch.
2,100 heat shield tiles from Starship in order to basically present that necessary receding line, which you kind of can see there in your view. Think back to previous flights. The heat shield line came up further on the vehicle.
tiles.
And just like Dan said, we want to test the vehicle beyond what we think it is capable of carrying based on our simulations and calculations. So once again, to just be super plain, don't be surprised if we see some wackadoodle stuff happen here. We won't be.
We've already
there
seen
are a
some.
number of things that we are testing out intentionally to see what the ship can take.
Yeah, exactly. And knowing
Yes,
what those limits
it's to
are
break it.
will really help us design the vehicle of the future. Essentially, removing those tiles helps us remove a lot of weight from the vehicle, a lot of things that might potentially need refurbishment in the future. And the goal is to come up with a heat shield pattern or design that we don't have to refurbish. We can just continue to use it over and over again. And that's why we're changing some of those tiles and moving stuff around, removing a lot of those tiles, as Kate has been mentioning.
Exactly. And, looking
so
forward
much,
to
Joe.
the Starship capability of the future, we want to be able to catch Starship like we do with boosters. And so the next flight, we want to better understand where we can install catch hardware, not necessarily to actually do the catch, but to see how that hardware holds up in those spots. And today's flight will help inform, does the stainless steel hold up like we think it may based on experiments that we conducted on Flight 5? Now, continuing to look, amazing views. Yeah, Dan, go ahead.
No, I was just
Not
going
if
to
there are
say,
tiles, though.
there's so much on this flight that we're doing to try and, make all the ships that we're about to start flying even better, just really understand what their capabilities are going to be. We've got kind of the next gen ship.
Oh, look at the ablation.
Lined up for Flight 7. It's
That is
got
not good.
all of those heat shield upgrades and everything. And one of the things that we're going to be doing that's most interesting, and one of the reasons we wanted daylight
it's
is we're going to be
bleeding speed.
flying pretty aggressively as ship comes in. We're going to be kind of nose down. And we've done it in wind tunnels. We've done it in simulations. You might see the flaps really flapping around trying to control the vehicle. We're betting we might have a little bit more capability than we think in
this
just
is
the analysis, but
hard to
always a
watch.
chance that
Poor
bet doesn't
ship.
pay off. But that just helps us know what are our
Starship
limits.
is now halfway through the peak heating phase of entry.
Sweet. Halfway there. Halfway home, guys.
Yeah, and if you guys
As they said
again
earlier,
can
the
follow
angle
along
is
with
way
the
steeper.
altitude and the speed of
Do a
ship
barrel
as
roll.
it's making its way back down to Earth, bottom right-hand corner of your screen.
I love watching this with you guys.
Speed
Thank
is
you.
still going really, really
It is a
fast.
Kerbal
Again,
re-entry.
as it gets closer to Earth, we'll see that altitude drop a little bit faster. It's kind of dropping pretty slow right now. And again, as we get closer and closer to literally the surface of the water, then we'll start to see that speed pick up. And if we can make it through this re-entry, we will attempt to do that flip maneuver once again and splash down in the ocean.
Exactly. Like we've been saying, we are testing beyond the perceived limits of the vehicle. We want to go learn more about the ship, and this is a great opportunity to do that. So really pushing the flight hardware in a flight environment to help inform these future designs. As we've mentioned, it has a different heat shield. This heat shield is not the same generation as what we flew last time. This one is one generation older. So we are also testing out new secondary thermal protection materials. So basically, like if the heat shield isn't in this one spot, can this other material protect the metal is the thinking there.
Will the banana survive?
Checking of
That
the
is the
ship's
most
structural
important
strength
part.
in those areas where we're looking to add that ship catch hardware just to see if it survives entry. So
It's
yeah,
getting
as
red.
we've been saying, we've done a lot of calculations and simulations. This view right here is super cool. This is looking out from the aft engine bay, basically at the bottom of Starship.
Where does that
then on
green beam
the
come
center left-hand panel, if you will, we have one of the forward Starship flaps. So one of the flaps located at the top of the vehicle. Underneath that is one of the aft end flaps, like the one that we see in the main picture there on the right-hand side of the screen.
On the tiles.
Now these views as the vehicle continues to enter the Earth's atmosphere, drawing a crowd once again here at SpaceX and Hawthorne as
Massively
folks
slowing
tune
down
in
now.
as the mission continues on. Now the next event that we have coming up, we should hear the call out that the vehicle is transonic around T plus 1 hour and 2 minutes or so. That means
Jordan
that
is
the vehicle is
sending me
traveling
pictures
near
of
the speed of sound. We say
the helicopter
near
flight.
the speed of sound because there are certain parts of the vehicle where airflow is going faster and other parts where it's going slower. So it kind of teeters there on the brink of the speed of sound. So once we have equal flow on all parts, then we'll hear it's subsonic.
Yeah, and
and almost real quick, almost a reverse of, I'm sorry, Jesse, almost a reverse of before. We see the Earth starting to come into view. We've got sunrise there over the Indian Ocean. So this is going to look different.
Now we're coming into daylight.
The entries we've had before.
Nice.
And
we're
it was
going to see it,
specifically
actually.
Like, we get as much daylight as possible to see how ship does this.
Yep.
Over to you, Jesse. Sorry about that.
Dan, great minds think alike. That's exactly what I was going to point out, is that we're getting a lot clearer view of the Earth in the background with the different temperatures that we're seeing, with the different colors of that plasma around the ship, which is really, really cool to see. Again, we are pushing the limits of ship today. But so far, everything is looking
of the tile material. Yeah, I do think so too.
We'll see how the next few minutes goes.
Yeah.
Thank you for the comment.
Don't be surprised if this is not entirely smooth sailing all the way down to the ocean's surface.
Oh, it gets nasty
Similar
now.
to Flight 5, we are targeting the same splashdown location in the Indian Ocean, but we are not expecting to recover the vehicle.
I know, I'm just talking over them right now. Any sparks you see shouldn't be there. This is not an ablative shield. So any sparks you see flying there shouldn't be there on the final version of that heat shield. But as she said, this is a earlier generation heat shield, so this is expected. But again, take a look at that. Take a look at how much it sparks. All this should not be visible. You should just see clean smoke and plasma, and that's it. No sparks.
1,200 kilometers an hour. Once we're down below that, that's when we're going to kind of dip our nose down and get that more aggressive angle of attack.
Ooh, there comes
Normally
the
we
tiles.
just belly flop right into the water,
off,
pretty much, that position. But if we're going to be able to do return to launch sites, We're going to want to be able to fly with a little bit more of an angle of attack, get you a little bit more range as you're coming through.
I love the chat.
And so this will be just a test to see quite how far can we push it. And obviously we're going to do these kind of tests way out here in super remote areas before you ever try to bring a ship back to a place like Starbase.
Starship remains on a good entry trajectory. External temperatures are coming down.
Okay.
All right,
But
great news there. That tells us that
buckled.
we are through
Maybe
the
even
phase
molten
of
down
peak
there in the lower
heating.
corner, in the lower
So
left corner.
we are
You can see the hull
expecting
does not look good anymore.
these temperatures to continue to come down.
That's where they
Once
removed
again,
the tiles,
we
by the
are
way.
targeting a soft splashdown in the Indian Ocean around the
Kind of looks like
off
there's
the
a hole that
northwest
melted
coast
into the hull.
of Australia.
It definitely
we can
looks
see
buckled.
these beautiful views of planet Earth coming
But that
in.
was
Yeah,
the
this
test.
is very
As you
different
can see,
where
that's the
we
area where they
had
removed the tiles,
nighttime
so-
views of the ship as it was re-entering, and now we've got daylight. It
With
is about an
Chiquita.
hour or so
That would be a
after
cool
sunrise
t-shirt.
there in the Indian Ocean. So pretty cool to see
Much
this.
appreciated.
Yeah, and it might not seem like it makes a huge difference, but we do get a little bit more light on ship as well for the camera views that we have, which is very beneficial for us to visually see anything and
there's
try and
almost no
correlate
heat
that to
shield
any of the
left anymore.
sensors or data that we have on the vehicle.
Exactly. That is why we shifted our launch window so that we could have that daylight in order to improve our observations of the vehicle. So not only are we getting all the raw data from all the sensors that are on board Starship,
flaps
but
look
we also
surprisingly good.
have multiple cameras and assets out there that are watching the vehicle and will also be able to tell us with this visual story that is also very, very important.
And as we get down a little bit lower, the Raptor engines are in their chill phase right now, so just essentially getting them primed to turn on. We're going to use those 3 center engines to do a landing flip and then a landing burn. So we'll come down kind of in that slightly pointed down belly flop and then fire off those engines to flip us around and then do that final landing burn. That should be coming up in just a little over, just under 5 minutes from now.
Did I
And
get
then
that
hopefully we
correct, that
start
they're
hearing
going to come down like
some
this?
Call outs on transonic and subsonic
Slightly,
as we slow
slightly
down.
down
Again,
facing, and
once-
then they're swinging
once
around
you
and
hear
landing like
Starship
that.
is subsonic, keep a close eye on the flaps. They're going to be working overtime essentially to maintain control of the ship as we get a little more aggressive with this.
A little more aggressive with this, you know, as if launching a Starship wasn't aggressive enough. Oh, look at that.
We can see that we are beginning.
Starship has passed maximum entry dynamic pressure.
Good. Couldn't have
All right,
taken
great
much
call
more.
out there. But we can see on this view here that we do have some heating there on that looks like one of the forward flaps on Starship.
Yep.
This is to be expected. We knew
it's coming down
that
bottom
the
first, so
vehicle
it's coming down like
would
this.
perform differently than what we had seen on Flight 5. This is actually really good data because it tells us what parts of the vehicle at this, what will soon be a higher angle of attack once we drop down below the speed of
Oh,
sound.
this must be
We'll have a
incredible
higher
stress
angle
for
of
the
attack, meaning
ship
we're going to be
because it's
flying nose
basically
down,
moving through the
basically.
air like.
So
like
yeah, this is good news, but we can actually,
So maximum
looks like
angle,
that
maximum
heating is starting
force.
to cool off there.
Yeah, it's a little burn through. Again, it is important to note
It is a
when we
little
start
burn through.
seeing that through the ship's descent as
Flaps
well.
are
So
moving.
like Kate was saying, we're getting some really good data here. It looks like the other flaps are doing a little better than the one that has a little burn through, which is some good news.
Incredible stuff.
Again, constantly watching. We've got a couple minutes until we're expecting to
Nathan
make it
just
all
said,
the way
how
back
did it
down to
even
Earth.
make it that far? I'm asking
Exactly.
myself that
And
question
like we
every
said
time.
before,
Also beautiful with the
we are not
colorization of the
expecting
metal
to recover
on
the ship,
hull.
although
you can see how much
that would be
heat
great.
there was
There's
involved
gonna be
in
a
this.
nice bonus if it happened, but it's not really in our expectations today. We really want to push the hardware, as we've been saying. But really the telemetry and the data and the video that we receive all the way to the end is truly what we're looking for and will help inform the future designs of this vehicle.
This looks beautiful.
We can see some flap movement as the camera is moving around.
You can see
that's
the
what you're
flaps
seeing
moving,
there is the flaps adjusting. And we have a camera on one of the flaps there this is the view that you're seeing
There's
there.
either massive venting going on or there's a leak. Hard to tell.
And you can also see the graphic in the bottom.
Starship is slowing down past Mach 1.
And call outs aligning with this. You can see the
Still at 20
orientation of the
kilometers height
vehicle
with
starting
that
to
speed.
change. You can follow that
That
graphic
is
at the bottom of your
way
screen.
more aggressive than last time.
Again, that is why those flaps are changing. They control the orientation of the vehicle.
Now it's basically just
Yeah, there are
skydiving,
four.
as it did
Go
on
ahead,
high
Dan.
altitude
Started the
flight
subsonic
tests.
belly flop,
So it's going
remains
like
on a
this
good
now
trajectory.
for
I
a
was gonna say,
good 15
this is when
kilometers.
things will start to get a little interesting. So this is when we're moving slower than the speed of sound.
Oh,
You
this
can see
reminds
that
me of the
nose
old
slowly
high-altitude
start
tests.
to tip down, and we're going to
Beautiful.
try and maintain
This
flat
is
control the
beautiful.
whole way. But we are just a couple minutes away from hopefully doing a landing flip. Landing flip and landing burn if the flaps can hold
They
together.
tortured this
Yeah,
ship.
this is such a cool view. This reminds me of when we first performed the belly flop maneuver
Yep.
on the high altitude test with serial
Totally
number 8.
does.
We saw the ship come back through, and I always wondered what it looked like from the ship's perspective, and this perspective, I think, helps inform that. We will be, as Dan said, we will be dipping down a little further and really be flying nose first. This higher angle of attack, we're intentionally doing it to stress
You can also
those
see that the
aft
flaps-
flaps.
This is
And that
interesting.
will help inform the limits of flap control in order to collect data for future landing profiles.
You can see that the flaps are synchronized. When the forward flap is bending down, the backward flap, the aft flap is bending up.
We're looking good so far. We've just got about 5 kilometers in altitude to go.
Beautiful.
We'll ignite the engines when we're still just a couple hundred meters
How
over the
the
ground. do that
avionics can
flip,
even
do
do
that
this.
landing
Passing through
burn.
5 kilometers altitude, remains on a good trajectory.
Look
I have
at
a
this
feeling
view.
this is going to look so cool as it passes through the clouds.
Obligatory shout out to the entire avionics team on Starship.
It's going
And there's that nose down orientation.
Oh,
Now
God.
the Raptor engines will relight and help flip the booster back up. This is a more severe flip given the orientation. The engines will shut down prior to the water prior to the vehicle making impact with the water.
Our ship is doing great so far.
Come on, engine relight. Come on.
Relighting.
Oh, it's overswinging.
What
Oh,
a
it's breaking,
great
it's breaking.
reorientation
Here goes, here
by
goes.
Starship.
It does it. It does it. Even though they wanted to break it,
Down to
Banana
2.
showed them all.
Into the water.
Look at those views. This is incredible.
And we have ship splashed down in the Indian Ocean.
Oh, yeah. Oh, beautiful.
Awesome
Oh,
buoy
this is so
cam
nice.
action here.
Oh, how did you like that, everybody? Look at the views.
Incredible. We
They
really
tortured
pushed
it.
limits on ship
They
and it made it all
tortured
the
it.
way back down to
Oh,
Earth.
poor ship.
I am
Oh, yeah.
shocked, to be honest. I think
am shocked,
many
too.
folks are. The fact that it survived all the way through while flying a lesser gen heat shield
We have a
is
that's
just
what I said.
absolutely
It kind of looks
incredible.
like it snapped in
And
half or something.
turns out
because
the
hull
vehicle
was
had more
already
capability
buckled
than our
from way too
calculations
much re-entry
predicted,
heat.
and that is why we test like we fly.
Exactly
Yes.
why we do that. And those
Very
views
well done.
were
Well
absolutely
done, SpaceX.
incredible to watch. Because of Starlink, we were able to get the views all the way down, as well as the buoys, seeing ship touch down in daylight.
So cool, so cool. Now we want to.
There you go. Thank you.
unfortunately, wrap up the show.
Yeah, exactly. We'll say
Unfortunately, she
congratulations to
says.
our teammates at SpaceX and to everyone who supported the Starship program.
They
and
did
thank
it.
you to all of our future customers for your support.
We'd also like to thank the people of Cameron County, Texas, as well as the Coast Guard, the Federal Aviation Administration, the Government of Mexico,
Wow.
and the Australian Space Agency.
Now, be sure to
Yes. Be sure to follow. I'm saying the same, by the way. Now they're waiting for the stream to cut off. See, it doesn't just
Hey
happen
guys,
to us.
I
It
can
happens
take
to
it
everybody.
from here. That was just incredible to see that splash down. As you
Beautiful.
said, thanks to everybody that took such a huge part in this. Everybody here at Starbase that's worked on this
Beautiful.
program, just really pouring your lives into it. Great
Thank
to see
you
another
guys at
booster lift off.
Starbase.
We'll catch it
Thank
the next
you
time.
for
Great
doing
to
this for
see
us.
ship in the water. New version of ship coming soon, so a lot more exciting launches
B2,
coming up
Block
real
2,
soon here
Block
from
2.
Starbase. But I'll send us out this time. We'll see you guys next time.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
Awesome. Thanks, Dan. Be sure to follow SpaceX on X for updates and more exciting views that we weren't able to feature on today's broadcast.
I'm sure there will be plenty of those. Now, thanks to all of you for tuning in, and we'll see you next time.
All right, everybody. I don't know what you think about this, but I think this was amazing. This is a view after the launch from our camera. Sadly, it doesn't have a dangling booster on it, but we've seen, like, I've said it before, every time SpaceX does a new launch of a Starship, I'm thinking you cannot top what we saw last time. Last time it was the booster. This time, they, in my opinion, arguably topped it again with those absolutely amazing views of a tortured Ship 31 going in at a steep angle above the Indian Ocean in daytime and being like completely, I don't want to know what that banana looked like. It was kind of sad that they didn't show the banana as well, how it was dangling in there. That would have been fun. So as they said on the stream, this is about breaking things. So if you see news tomorrow from people saying this failed or something, ignore them. It was supposed to fail. It was supposed to fail in every way it could have possibly failed. They even removed heat shield and so on and so forth. So that's exactly how it should have been. Before everybody leaves, because now the action is over, and I'm honestly not going to stream for long anymore either today because I was hustling the entire day. Please do leave us a subscription and a like. This is how you can help us for free. Check out our Patreon or become a channel member to directly support us. And go to, I got this, store.whataboutit.com, shop.whataboutit.com, .space. Wow, I couldn't have done that worse. Maybe if you can just put the link in the chat again. If you want to support our photographers directly, you can right now already purchase pictures from today's launch. Absolutely fantastic pictures, and you'll receive them in museum quality print. So this is how you can directly support the photographers, the magicians with the cameras. Other than that, I don't know how you liked it, but I found this was a fantastic flight number 6, and I'm very much looking forward to flight number 7, which is going to have a V2 Starship, a Block 2 Starship on it. It's going to be a Block 1 booster with a Block 2 Starship. It goes forward and forward and forward, and that is what amazes me the most about the Starship program. There you see our shop again. Really do give it a try. It's definitely worth it. We have the aerial image on there as well. It's filling up slowly, so we have 3 images from today's launch already. Almost all of this goes directly to the photographers, so give it a go. Hang one of those on your wall, and the photographers are going to smile. The aerial images were produced in collaboration with Redline Helicopter Tours. Huge shout out to Jax and his crew. They're doing a fantastic job providing aerial images that we use on our show. They are a crazy bunch of people down there, and if you are ever down there to visit in person, which I can recommend very, very much, go check them out, Redline Helicopter Tours, and check it out from the air. It is a fantastic view. I've done 2 flights already. Our photographers have done dozens and dozens, and I'm very, very jealous, but I've done 2, and they are amazing, so it's absolutely worth it. Banana is the word of the day. I'm floored. Thank you so much for watching. I'm going to get get off the microphone now because I'm like I said, I can hardly speak anymore. Maybe Jonathan and Nathan want to take over for a moment to do a review of the launch. That would be probably much appreciated by those who want to stay longer. And other than that, you're going to see me on Friday on the episode with the full breakdown of the launch. Very, very much looking forward to it. Thank you so much to everybody who gave a super chat, who subscribed and liked. This helps us a lot. Thank you so much, guys. I definitely enjoyed it. This was amazing. Thank you.
Yeah. Alrighty. So that was a lot. We had an amazing view. Hold on, I am echoing. Give me 1 second. Okay, there we go. Problem solved. Yeah, that flight was definitely something. Unfortunately, we did not get to see the booster landing again. We'll just have to use footage from Flight 5 for that, because there's just not enough of it, you know? But yeah, there's so many new things SpaceX was doing on this launch. The booster was a secondary priority. It would have been amazing for them to recover it again, but it was not anywhere near the top of their list. The ship really was the star of this launch. And it's pretty clear by how that reentry went that it performed amazingly. Compared to the previous reentries, this is probably the best reentry we've had of a ship so far. And considering that this is the best reentry we've had while the SpaceX was pushing it to its limits, is something truly extraordinary. It's possible it may have been a little worse in some areas, and it's just harder to tell because it did re-enter during daytime. So we might not have seen all the sparks that were there, but it held on to all of its flaps, it splashed down, and they managed to remove a huge section of tiles on both sides, showing that the ship is capable of landing and not just in the water, but on a tower. Because that was the main goal of removing those heat shield tiles, and SpaceX proved they didn't need them, which not only saves weight, it allows them to catch it, because those tiles are so brittle, they break so easily. They're silicone, they're made of pretty similar materials to a dinner plate, so they break very easily, and having a gigantic pair of metal chopsticks slamming into each side is going to break some tiles. So removing those was almost a necessity, and SpaceX has now shown that they can remove them just fine, and there's no problems. We saw a bit of warping, but that may have been caused by just some structural things on the inside of the ship. They might have had a missing tile or two. We do know they did remove some tiles near the nose cone, it was near that area. So it's also possible that it lost some tiles on the inside, and there was just some hot gas leaking in that essentially melted part of the structure from the inside. That is a possibility, but the structure held up till landing. So I'd say it did really good. I think I'm gonna pass this over to Jonathan really quick if he's here. Okay. So yeah, this has been a truly incredible flight, and SpaceX did it again. 4 times now they've reached orbit. It has been incredible.
There we go. Okay.
All right, I'm gonna pass this over to him real quick, and I'm gonna go run to do something, and then I'll be right back.
Okay, see you in a second. Yeah, this was truly insane. I loved how it reminded all of us from like the early SN8 and SN9 test flights, when it was just like coming down vertically. That was so freaking cool. I'm already working on getting a full replay of the stream ready so we can watch that together. But my tools aren't cooperating yet, so that will take me another second. But yeah, let me know in chat what you thought about this. This was so freaking cool. So yeah, that was just one big thing of a banana. Insane. I can't wrap my head around it yet. That was just like, wow. Yeah, and I see our camera is not that happy right now. That's probably just because of all the people who try to send pictures out to Starbase of stuff right now. And well, if everyone does that, there's no bandwidth left for a camera. Let's see if I can fix the camera real quick. Yeah, that stream will still take a second to download. In the meantime, I have something cool I can show you. Give me like 1 second. Because I think we all like the theme of the stream today with the banana. So let's just see. Because we do have a really cool shirt on the store, and I'll just get that to you real quick. If you take a look at this, I think that's a pretty cool shirt, right? If you like bananas, there you got a banana. Got it in multiple colors as well. I think it looks pretty cool. So if you're all in for those bananas, I think that's a pretty good option to show everyone that you love the banana today. Okay, and let's fix that gap real quick because I don't.
Yeah, it is unfortunate about the booster landing, but the fact that they still managed to splash it down shows that it still works. It probably was just some small, very fine, like, hey, if this thing is just like 0.1 degrees off, just don't land. It was probably just something very minor because it's clear that the booster worked. It landed. It performed everything perfectly. Yeah, you can see all 33 engines worked exactly how they were supposed to. We've seen some problems in the past. Flight 4 had a missing engine, and then during the landing, it also lost an engine. But this performed even better than Flight 4, and after Flight 4, they did Flight 5. So I am curious what that parameter was that was triggered, and I do hope we learn what it was. It'd be really interesting if it's just like that parameter that was almost triggered on Flight 5, because it performed perfectly.
I mean, we saw that the booster did basically totally fine. I mean, we can't say for sure if there actually was something that wasn't right because we don't have the exact parameters, but the landing did look pretty good. So I would guess it was more likely something in the tower. Maybe something got too warm during ascent of the Starship, which could be not the end of the world. So I'm pretty sure we're going to get more information on that from SpaceX in the coming days on X, though. And you'll, of course, also hear that in the Friday's episode. Yeah, I think we're not going to keep the stream on for too long. So if you have questions, right now is your time to put them in chat. And yes. I'll see if we can still answer them.
I'm still like just loving looking at the new lunar lander designs too. Those are beautiful.
And my brain is still like half in shock of that landing we just saw off the ship. I mean, it surprised me the first time it landed that like how did it make that? But now, even like, you know, technically third time, it's just wow.
Yeah, truly incredible.
There we had the hot stage separation again on the replay. Also super cool. Yeah, we got a question if you have any guess on the Flight 78. So it's pretty hard to say now when the next flight's going to be. You, of course, could assume, hey, it's like we had not too much time between Flight 5 and 6. But as far as I know, they're going to use Starship V2 for the next flight. I think
they will, yeah.
From that. So that might take them a bit longer to get everything ready, right? That's what I'm guessing.
Yeah, although it might not be as long as we think, because we saw them. We know they're installing the engines now. It can take some time to install the engines, but I'm sure SpaceX can speed that time up.
I mean,
we'll
seen them
speed a lot of
cryo tests, of course. We'll see static fires with that ship. So
they've
all
already
that
cryo
testing.
tested it.
Oh wait, they did?
Yeah, they cryo tested ship 33.
False information then. Okay, yeah. They at least need to do a static fire though.
That's true.
But so yeah, we'll see how long that takes.
they needed to static and ship 32 ship 31 did its static fire not too long ago either. I'm trying to remember when ship 31 static fire was, but it wasn't a crazy long time ago. And it's possible that they could just do a static fire and have ship 33 ready. I honestly wouldn't be surprised if we're seeing another launch by maybe January. I don't think there's very little chance that I can see of them doing another flight this year. This is SpaceX we're talking about though, so anything's possible. But I'd say January is probably our best bet for when Flight 6 is going to be, or when Flight 7 is going to be, sorry, because we know that we know they want to plan, we know they're planning to do a refueling demo not too long, not too far into 2025. So getting Flight 7 off the ground as fast as possible is going to be pretty important to them. And in Flight 8, we've seen ship 34 undergoing a ton of work. The aft section was actually just installed about yesterday or the day before. So ship 34 is basically done. It still has quite a bit of work, needs to flush out the internals, install the flaps, install some of the piping, but ship 34 is completed stacking. So that's already 2 Block 2 ships fully stacked. So that's pretty fast.
I mean, I would probably be more on the conservative side and say I wouldn't guess earlier than February. But last time we all thought, hey, FAA said it's going to be end of November, and now we had 2 flights until the end of November, and I wouldn't even say it's the end of November yet. So that was pretty insane.
I think I would have lost my mind if I was waiting all this time just for Flight 5 to happen. That was very tragic when that was announced, and I was very much jumping for joy when they said it. Oh, nope, never mind. We can launch now. Although I was a little sad because I could not get tickets fast enough to watch it.
It was pretty fun. We had the Space Creator Day in Germany, just like a meetup of lots of space creators and fans as well. And it was basically until that day, that was the Saturday, it wasn't sure if they're actually going to launch. And then in the evening, they got the launch license, and we just someone streamed through the whole hall. We got a launch license. And it was pretty fun. Yeah. Hey, you guys think the banana is still alive? Or
I think it might be a very soggy banana.
Soggy and ripped apart banana, but it's still a banana. Would like to taste test it.
Please don't. Please don't.
Okay.
Although I would like one as a little wall ornament or something.
I mean,
or a Christmas
ornament. Try diving for it. Yeah. So I don't think we have too many more questions.
I did see one on the lunar Starship.
If you want to go into the lunar Starship real quick, you can definitely do that.
I'm sorry, I'm very obsessed with this lunar Starship because
I figured that.
Well, we should. Theoretically, it should be ready. We should see a landing attempt possibly next year. So within 12 months, we may see the lunar Starship turn from a render to reality. And so I want to know all the details around it.
Is that Elon time or is it actual real time?
I think that would be, I genuinely think it's real time because we've heard that timeline not from Elon. We've heard it from other people around him. And yes, there may be some delays if things go wrong, but if they can do that in space refueling demo and they can get all the licenses approved and get everything through, then I think there's a really good chance that we see the lunar demo attempt before the end of next year. Have we pulled up the footage of our cameras for the liftoff yet, by chance?
I wasn't able to pull it yet. I mean, as you can see in the background as well, the connection out there in Starbase isn't the greatest right now.
Yeah, I know
Trying to pull a few gigabytes of video files right now. Not the greatest idea. So you'll be able to see that in the Friday episode on our socials.
I know it's streamed live to YouTube. So we do have the live stream now, but if you are here and you're going to head out, you can also head over to our 24/7 stream. That's up, of course, 24/7. And we did get some live views of the launch from that one. So you can even go over to that 24/7 stream right now and scrub through it if you want to watch the replay from our live cameras and get another amazing view. This time from our cameras on the ground. Unfortunately, there wasn't a view of the landing, but we did get the view of the launch, and the launch was spectacular once again. So
there was a question about that in chat as well. Someone asking if they are going to catch a booster today, and actually it would have been in the past already. So you're a bit late to the party. So they would have catched it about like an hour ago, probably more even, more like 1.5 hours ago.
Yeah, about an hour and a half.
But there was some value, some sensor of the optimal range, so they didn't go for a catch. Instead, they did a splashdown in the ocean. So that's why you can't see a booster in the tower right now.
Yeah, unfortunately.
One cool thing, Justini, one of our moderators, just made me aware of is if you look at the top of the tower on the screen right now, the pole that has like weather sensors, cameras, and everything on there, it's bent. It's not the most straightest anymore.
I did see that.
So I would have guessed that maybe it got a bit too warm. Yeah, but I will also see more images from all the State Zero stuff on Friday's episode. So if you haven't already, subscribe down below so you won't miss that. Okay, I would probably call it then for today. Thank you everyone for watching. This was an amazing stream.
Yes, it was.
Definitely hyped for the next one. And if you haven't already liked the stream, check out our store at shop.whataboutit.space, where you can get all the images the photographers took of the flight today, including the nice aerial ones. So if you don't want to miss them, check them out. And that's it for me. Have a great day. And any last words, Nathan?
Yeah. Thanks everybody for stopping by. This was amazing to watch with all of you. I know I wasn't commentating the whole time, but the parts I was around were amazing, and I was on the back end the whole time. And this was an amazing flight. Congratulations to everybody who worked on this as well. I know that there are some SpaceX employees who do watch here at Y, so thank you so much. What you're doing is amazing. Thanks to everybody who stopped by. And to everybody who supports us. You really do make dreams come true for like everyone on the team. Felix, when he says it, he is right. And the team is a lot bigger than a lot of people think. We are probably one of the largest space flight media teams on YouTube right now. So that is thanks to all of you. So yeah, be sure to click the subscribe button so you don't miss out. Like the video, like the stream, and yeah, stay tuned for the next episode. And yeah, I hope you all have an amazing afternoon, evening, night, whatever time it is for you. I hope you have a good time. And yeah, let's look forward to Flight 7. Yeah.
See you in the next stream, everyone, and thanks for watching. Bye-bye.